Soul Journey of Life on social media.
This is an awakening.
Snap out of it!
The light dome.
Okay, it's a little better. All right, that's a little better. Cool. Yes, indeed. Okay, after we get through all that, this is your brother Abdul Adud, aka Questman, live soul journey of life, conscious social media. Begin by greeting you, Salam alaikum, Shalom, peace and blessings, Hotep, and let's hope that you are doing well where you are and that everything is favorable to you. The weather here is kind of stormy right now. A lot of some lightning and thundering might, you might hear some of that periodically. So We're back on the clock here. We got some work to do. And the title should be, a straightforward title. I'm just trying to make sure that my sound can be heard. Sometimes at the beginning, the sound a sound test one, or two is necessary because the last thing I want is to go through all this and imagine going through all the conversation and talking, only to find out that no one can hear you. That would be no fun. So I'm making sure that I can be heard. And all those that are viewing, if you're able to hear, let me know. Because I'm wondering to make sure this live is even active. Because it doesn't look like it's responsive right now. So let's see. All right, there we go. It's on. So we're good to go. So today's live is a question. I want to start off the question like this. The title may seem kind of general or simple. Would you support a United States of Africa if this could ever become a reality, which I think it could? Would you be in support of it? And the question you might ask yourself is, in what way in what way could you support this, and in what way could this become a reality? How could this become a reality? A United States of Africa. You might wonder, where is this question coming about? I will tell you, but I want to just mention that, I can think about this kind of a question as far back as, when I was a small child. And I'm curious to know how many other people um, grew up with those kind of thoughts as a child. A unified Africa, Africa being united, things like that. I've had that uh, kind of a thought for a as long as I could think about it. Um, and I think that the longest memory is, like I said, as a child, when I was a small child, is the earliest, memories that I had about Africa. So that was something, that kind of came, about. But the question itself is actually stemming from events going on in the present time, namely, um, revolving around the events going on in Burkina Faso. And for those of you that are familiar with the map of Africa, you know that Burkina Faso is kind of a northwestern portion of Africa. It's landlocked. It's surrounded by, I think, Morocco, Algeria is to the northwest. You've got Mali. You've got Cote d'Ivoire. You have Guinea. I think those are some of the countries that are surrounding Africa, or that are surrounding Burkina Faso. Anyway, this is all tied to the actions and movements, uh, specifically concerning Ibrahim Traore, the leader of Burkina Faso, as well as um, the support and the movements that have risen up as an outcome of his rise, if you would. So just trying to make sure I have everything right, because this doesn't seem, I think it's this one here. So I think that we should take some moments to kind of examine, uh, you know, the possibilities of something like this, the reality of something like this. Uh, how could it happen? Um, what would be needed for something like this to actually happen? And I would say that 20 years ago, it's a thing that you wouldn't think could happen, right? But I wonder if that's changed, given the way things are today. I wonder if you know the hearts and minds, and I wonder if it's more believable. You understand that something like that could happen today. So the context, you know, is I think is definitely something um, that's affected by the events of Burkina Faso, and the popularity of Ibrahim Traore. So what are the opinions? So let's start off with dealing with, once again, and I like to do this in case people may not know what's going on, because there's always people that don't know what's going on, right? Let's share this clip with you right here. Go ahead, share this clip. So this right here, have you ever wondered how Africa's these are some IG clips that have been posted that I'm sharing with you. Sometimes I come across some pretty interesting and right on point clips or posts. It says, "Have you ever wondered how Africa's and the world's youngest president, Captain Ibrahim Traore, came to power? This thread breaks it all down and explains why he's seen as a threat to the United States, which has long exploited Burkina Faso and many African nations." Right? And check out those references right here that you see on the side in the commentary. Check out those references. It's just a shout out to Essence of Black Culture, who posted this. So he was born in March 14th, 1988. There's that 88 again. Where did we see that 88? Um, I'll tell you, the late Pope died at age 88. I just, sometimes I find numbers and whatnot interesting when it comes out that way, right? So he was born March 14th, 1988. Became president of Burkina Faso after leading a popular military coup. When you say popular, that means it was motivated by the people. You understand? It wasn't motivated like by uh, a foreign government influenced coup. Like, you find in some cases, like Gabon, backed by France. You had France back, you have some French back coups. Sometimes you have American back coups where foreign powers, if they don't like the existing government, they'll try to do something to disrupt that and put in place a regime that they agree with. Um, and even now with the event of Captain Ibrahim, they've made several attempts because um, while the people love him, these governments, these corrupt governments, do not. So September 30th, 2022, ousting Paul Henry Damiba. The takeover was largely supported by citizens frustrated by years of insecurity, corruption, and foreign dependency, it says. Burkina Faso had been battling violent insurgencies for years. Civilians were losing their lives, Villages were abandoned and trust in the government was collapsing. The Amoeba had promised security but failed to deliver. Let's see here. Traore, then a 34-year-old Army captain, stepped in on September 30th, 2022, after months of unrest and frustration with failed leadership. Backed by fellow soldiers and large segments of the public, he promised to reclaim Burkina Faso's sovereignty, secure the nation, and serve the people, not foreign interests. Then one of his first moves, cutting military ties with France, a former colonial power still exerting control in the region. Burkina Faso demanded the withdrawal of French troops and took full responsibility for its national defense. And that's no small matter. To kick out a former colonizer is no small matter, especially when you're a small country itself, and not only a small country, but a country that has suffered poverty for a long time. That's not an easy task to achieve. Under Traore's leadership, Burkina Faso partnered with Russia and neighboring Sahel nations like Mali and Niger to form the Alliance of Sahel States, or AES, a united front focused on regional security and self-reliance. Mhm. Okay. Many ask, why is Burkina Faso under Traore aligning with Russia when the West portrays it as the bad guy? The answer lies in history and intention. Unlike the United States and France, who have long exploited African nations for resources and political control, Russia presents itself as a partner, not a master. Russia isn't dictating terms or demanding military bases, it's offering security, weapons, and training without conditions to Traore and many Africans. This is a more balanced relationship, sovereignty, not subjugation. Russia and Burkina Faso's relationship is built on strategic interest. Russia offers military training, weapons, and direct security support, including special forces, without dictating how the country should be governed. In return, Russia gains access to Burkina Faso's gold and natural resources, as well as a stronger geopolitical presence in Africa. This is not a one sided deal, it's about mutual benefit, with Russia presenting itself as a partner rather than a master. Let's plug this in here so it can charge. Okay, yeah, thought I skipped one. So, how does this compare with the United States? The United States provided Burkina Faso with military aid and counterterrorism support, but often with heavy conditions and political expectations. While this relationship has framed as aid, it came with influence over national decisions and long term dependency. Meanwhile, American linked companies continue to benefit from Burkina Faso's mineral wealth. For me, it became clear that the U.S. was gaining more than it was giving, reinforcing control rather than empowering true independence. How does this compare to France? This is pretty good. These are pretty good clips right here. Um, France's relationship with Burkina Faso was built on deep control, not true part was not true partnership. I need to make sure that the sound is coming through right because it seems to me. that maybe it's not. Maybe I'm not being heard well. So one. Okay, so I heard my voice. Yep, there we go. Okay, so the sound is okay. Let's continue. So France's relationship with Burkina Faso was built on deep control, not true partnership. Through the CFA French banks held huge portions of Burkina Faso's national reserves, limiting its financial independence. French troops were stationed in the country, yet security barely improved. At the same time, French companies extracted gold and other resources, um, while infrastructure and public services remained underdeveloped. The system kept Burkina Faso dependent and under tight French influence. Traore's decision to cut ties was a rejection of that control and a demand for real sovereignty. In April 2025, U.S. General Michael Langley accused Traore of misusing Burkina Faso's gold reserves to benefit the junta at the expense of the population. This accusation led to widespread protests in Burkina Faso and all over the world, with demonstrators expressing anti-American sentiments and showing support for Traore. Traore's leadership has inspired similar shifts in neighboring countries, with Mali and Niger also distancing themselves from Western influence and seeking alternative partnership. What Ibrahim Traore is doing is nothing short of historic. For decades, African leaders who dared to demand sovereignty were silenced, branded as dictators, overthrown, or assassinated. But now, with the power of social media and more informed and a more informed generation, the truth is spreading. We see clearly what it was hidden before. Traore isn't just leading Burkina Faso; he's inspiring a continent. He's showing that Africa doesn't need to depend on those who exploit it, and that true partnerships are possible. Ones based on equality, not extraction. For the first time in a long time, Black people across the world can rally behind a leader who stands for dignity, ownership, and freedom. This is what the awakening of Africa looks like, and it's only the beginning. Okay, I hope you were able to hear me pretty good as I was reading that. I am curious to know how many of you who are watching believe that not only that a independent sovereign country in Africa is possible, with a leader not being subjected to foreign powers or extorted, or the regime being changed to one more favorable to Western corrupt powers. But how many of you believe that a united Africa is possible? And what does a united Africa even look like? What would that look like? How can that come into a reality? Um, as you know, all of the borders in Africa that you see today are artificial borders that did not exist prior to European or Western colonization. Many of these borders, were, agreed upon with no African involved. Most of them, if not all, were with no African involvement or input. And many of these borders were established to um, to drill in, if you would, tribal divisions and things of that nature. Sometimes lines being drawn right in between the same people. You understand? On both sides of the line is literally the same people living there. And now today, uh, which is unfortunate actually when you think about it, these same countries are having that an artificial pride, if you would, because of their borders. They'll say, well, this is this country, and from here to here, this is this country, and they'll wave their banner and their flag, championing the falsely established, or the colonially established borders, as opposed to um, the existing peoples that live there. You understand? Um, And if anything, I would say that that increases the division that Western powers wanted to see happen in the first place. It hasn't helped improve uh, relationships between African countries, but it's made them more uh, opposition. For example, sometimes you will see like scenarios where Ghana has beef with Nigeria, and if you think about the positions of the countries with the artificial borders I'm talking about, these these um, differences or these um, animosities between the two countries are literally artificially based upon the country's borderlines and flags and the differences of flags. And if you go back in time, literally that whole space was occupied by one kingdom. And later on, several kingdoms were occupying the same region that these so-called countries are having today. But now, rather than them championing the their ancestral roots, they're championing the artificial borders that they have. And they'll say, well, these Nigerians are like this, and these Ghanaians are like that. And really, when you look at the bigger picture, there's a lot of identities that are the same, a lot of crossovers, a lot of behaviors, a lot of mindsets, belief systems, even superstitions that you'll hear spoken about or shared that are the same from one person to the other. Sometimes the only difference being that the language that gets embraced calls it something different. Um, calls the belief or the superstition or whatnot something different. So the question might be out of that is, are these kinds of divisions um, worth remaining divided? And if they're not worth remaining divided, in other words, if they're petty divisions, why can't the people that live within these artificial borders set aside those petty differences and consider the economic advantages, the social advantages, and even the security advantages? You understand? Unity, excuse me, unity and what we like to call Pan-Africanism. Some people will call it that. A United States of Africa represents a unified and integrated continent where African nations come together under a common vision and purpose. So that right there is where the starting point has to be. Starting with what does every African country agree upon? And and go from there. Keep on building on what's agreed upon. The problem is that's being made clear today is not really the populace, but the artificially installed leaderships in many of the African countries. Because often the populace would definitely be down with a unified Africa, or at least they would be down with, the prospects of that existing. Oftentimes, some of the people, even I've witnessed, tend to be content with the way things are. See, there could be a citywide blackout, and people will be content. They'll complain. They'll say, "Oh, look at the lights are out. The power is out. What do we do? It's the government's fault." Da, da, da. All the things like that they'll say, but at the end of the day, they'll settle for the circumstance and carry on like it's just another day. Um, so that's a characteristic that I've seen on both sides of the continent, on the east side of the continent and the west side. I've seen that behavior. So it's interesting to me that I think, if you ask me, that if Africa was unified, it would be the most peaceful unity you would ever, because after they got past the fanfare and all that and all the excitement out of it, they would go back to their normal life. Whatever they were doing yesterday before the excitement, before all the cheering and whatnot, they will go back to doing that. And the only difference would be is if the governments were now improving the standards of living, they would probably be happy about that. Because who would not be happy if most of the days you spend in the dark, and all of a sudden now you've got better energy infrastructure, better fuel infrastructure, your markets are better, you're able to sell your goods better. Who would turn that down? But outside of that, I think people would just live their lives. That's just my observation. They would just live their lives how they're normally used to, and any type of tribal identities would be recognized or identified in the same way they are right now. Over there are the Limbas, over there are the Soso, over there are the Timne, over there are the Minde, and there's no real like beef. You understand? It's just like they know who each other is. They know what they like to do. They know what the strengths and weaknesses are. Outside of that kind of a conversation, oh, I'm late for work. Oh, I gotta go do this, or oh, it's time to go open up the shop at the junction. Regular life. Nobody's looking for problems. This is what I'm observing. Most of the communities in Africa, they're not looking for problems. You'll have a thief that shows up or something from somewhere, and the community knows how to deal with a thief. As soon as a thief shows and rears his ugly head and tries to steal, and he's caught doing it, immediately the whole town, that whole area will be notified. Somebody will be shouting out, "Thief, thief, thief!" And the whole neighborhood will come rushing down the accused thief, beating him up with whatever whatever they got in their hands: a pot, a broom, a fist, a stick, a machete, anything, whatever they've got. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome. But that's kind of what you would expect when somebody's actually committing a crime. I've seen there was a man. This was on a news where a man was doing something with a small girl. They dragged him up out of there, and I know the man wish he had never made that mistake. That's how they handle stuff. Then once that's done, everybody's like, oh, okay, back to whatever we were doing, back to work, back to sleep, back to prayer, back to reading, back to fishing, whatever activity they were doing at the time. People are going back to that, and the least you'll hear of it is, maybe some sisters or brothers will be in their little circles or whatnot, gossiping about the latest. By the time the night comes, you know, I'm gonna share something with you. It's so funny because it shows you the heart of Africa, right? I was in a marketplace one day, and there was a lady who was angry at something about something that had to do something happened to her stall where she was selling her goods, and she was so angry about that, tossing her hands up in the air, tossing some things off her products, tossing them on the ground. And she was saying some things, and I couldn't understand it entirely because I'm not fully adept with the Creole language. um it's a learning process, but the people standing next to her started dancing. I mean, literally, she was angry. She was angry. Like, when people get angry, they're angry. But the people next to her started dancing, right? They start moving around, shaking their shaking their behind, dancing. And I'm like, I mean, it was just so instantaneous. And they started bumping into her while they were dancing. And guess what she starts doing? She starts dancing too, just like that. This is Africa. I'm just saying. Yeah, you might have some. Um, okay, I'll tell you this. In fact, this was like last year, early last year. There was some people, like military type people, who were stirring up some trouble. The event was so short lived that I don't even think the people had enough time to shout out what they were, rising up for. They didn't even have enough time before, because they were already dealt with by the powers that be. They were already handled, and life went on as usual. They had a few checkpoints where people were, where are you going? What's this? What's that? Carry on. You understand? And life went on. Life went on. This is just something that I see. The only time I see like any kind of political drama, if it's foreign influenced, where they're doing something because foreign powers expect a certain thing from them. or expect, a certain something, or there's some kind of gimmick happening from that. Um, that's when you start seeing the drama. It, on ground level, you will hardly notice the drama um, at all. And like, even when you think about what's going on in Burkina Faso, as far as the terrorist campaigns they had to fight, that Captain Ibrahim Traore has been cleaning up, those rebels weren't even, some of them weren't even local. They were coming from Cote d'Ivoire, from what they're telling, and from like some areas near Algeria, not within the country. You understand? Literally coming from outside. Then when you find out that these people are getting paid off, like even Ukraine admitted to supporting some of these groups. So you got foreign powers supporting. Literally, you got foreign powers causing the drama, paying for the drama. If you remove those equations out of the story, what would you have? You would have a peaceful Africa with ordinary drama, with ordinary everyday situations that you would expect, because sometimes people don't get along. That's a given. In your own family, you only tolerate your brother or your sister for so long. But you still love your brother, you still love your sister, you still love auntie, you still love uncle, but sometimes they get on your nerves, or sometimes you get on their nerves. That's ordinary problems. That's not import drama. That's literally like the equivalent of you living in a neighborhood and someone pays a thug from Alaska to come all the way over to where you are just to stir up trouble and sell drugs. That's the kind of trouble that happens in some of these African countries. It's foreign trouble, foreign drama, not local. So that by itself, you could basically say that the unity efforts are more or less hindered by foreign powers, literally. Um, because I would bet, I would put money on it that if a movement of African unity spread across, let's say there was campaigns all across Africa, and it was not bothered by any foreign political bodies, that nobody disturbed it, nobody, got in the way of it, and just let it be, let it do what it do, right? Most likely, I think a significant number of people would be in support of it. You understand? And then, like I said, let's say once it manifested, once it came to pass, they will go about their lives like business as usual. That's what I would think of. I think most of the drama is artificial, is foreign and artificial. Now don't get me wrong. Sometimes you have situations where, um, like in the case of Sudan, there was some foreign elements there, but there was also some actual greed of the resources coming from the north. According to the reports, they wanted that oil. You understand? So outside of those type of things, I think most of the continent, as a majority, would want to be peace living people. You would ask them, "You want a unified Africa?" Yeah, sure. Unified Africa, sure. And they would carry on about their life. Where do I sign? Oh, sign right there. Okay. And they would not even think anything of it. They would consider it done already. They would consider it that it's already done. Oh, you know what? Did you hear? We're unified now. It would be just like that. And they were going about their day. Yeah, you're gonna get like some of the studious population, some of the nerds and geeks like me, right, that like to get into the economics of things, the politics of things, and the sciences of things. We like to know what's going on in these type of circles. So those type of people, would be really the only people talking about it, or having anything direct to do about it. The rest, if you look at Burkina Faso, um, I showed you a clip where Ibrahim Traore was listening to the people speak to him, their troubles, and he sat and he listened as a leader would do. And it was a very formal back and forth. You understand? There's a bridge broken. The bridge has been broken for a long time. Can you do something about it? We're having trouble growing something over here, or these people were sick over there. What are you going to do about education? What are you going to do about things that people have a right to be concerned about? bringing it to their attention. They've been told the man. He said, we're working on it. We've got this happening. We've got that happening. Very straightforward A and B conversation. After that, they go about their business, expecting that their leadership is now going to do his job. They expressed it. They expressed his concern. They're concerned. Okay. He expressed the feasibility of that type of job being done. Like in one case, it was a matter of a dam, but they needed to build a dam to try to help the water flow, because that was part of what was causing the bridge problems. And he had to admit that there was a tribe there that might have issue with them building that dam. So they would need to go and negotiate, which probably means, if you understand Africa well, money needs to change hands. A lot of times, it'll make me laugh. A lot of times, if you want to get anything done anywhere in Africa that matters, just put some money in the brother's hand or the sister's hand, they'll get the job done. If you just stand, if you stand there, they'll stand there. You stand there, and they'll stand there, and be like, okay, you needed help, right? Yeah, I need help. And they'll just stand there, you stand there, and they'll stand until you put some money in that brother's hand. Like, oh, that's right, you needed help. Okay, I got you. They'll go out, they'll go and look out for you. But that's that's natural. There's nothing odd about that. That's people want something for their time. Time is valuable. Nobody wants to. They've got mouths to feed, families to feed. You understand? So that type of thing is natural. Okay. I'm gonna put the link in the chat here. Give me a second here. I'll put the link in the chat. All right, let me put it here. The network is a little bit stronger today. Let me go ahead and put this link. And by the way, the link is in the chat. So if you see that link in the chat and you feel froggy, feel like you got something you want to hop on of conversation, all I ask you is to speak in a way that represents a conscious mind, in a way that you would have no problem with your children hearing you talk that way, right? And I hope that is something respectable, and that is on topic, and that we try to, be respectful of differences of opinions, because we got brothers and sisters, coming, from different areas of understanding, different philosophies that they stand on. Some people are passionate about what they believe, and for me, I always try to respect that. I may not agree, but I respect it. And even when I say I don't agree, who am I when it comes to, your truth? All I could do is tell you, like, look, it doesn't quite make sense to me, but okay. It doesn't sound like it's immoral. It doesn't sound like it's corrupt. It doesn't sound like that's something that will break us apart or should break us apart. It's fine with me. As my mother would put it, each to their own. And we could still be brothers. We could still be sisters at the end of the day. So, a unified Africa embodies the principles of inclusion of Africans in the diaspora. That means Africans in the motherland, in the continent itself, and all across the world, emphasizing solidarity, cooperation, and collective progress for all Africans. That means this is a kind of unity designed to benefit everyone involved. Okay, let me go ahead. Now, I want you to understand that at no point in history of nation building, I don't find any like history reports that it was ever easy. Um, Often, nation building involve warfare. You understand? It might involve um, establishing certain defense elements in your frontiers and your borders. This is a reality. Why? Because there are real enemies in the world. So the question when it comes to a unified Africa is what um, would it take for that to happen, and how would we go about protecting it? So I started thinking about, like, the things that I learned through history, especially in other empires that have risen and declined. Um, I wondered, oftentimes when we think of countries conquering other countries, it tends to be dominated by warfare. That's the main thing you'll hear is they fought, they boots on the ground, and back in the days, muskets, and further than that, swords and shields. Battlefield on the ground. But it's not always the only way that a country or a nation is able to conquer another nation. That's only part of the battle. Um, I'm thinking in my mind of the Ottoman Empire, right? While they had their main body in the area that's now modern day Turkey, there were other like tribes and nations around them. Some of them, it was just a matter of negotiation. Like, look, we're here. We got your interest in mind. Go ahead, give your allegiance to us. Make sure we get our taxes or whatever, and you guys are cool. No bloodshed, no nothing. And they carry on with their campaigns, just like that. Sometimes it'd be a matter of propaganda. Did you hear the Ottomans, what they did over there at the Battle of such and such? Oh yeah, man. I hope they don't come over our parts. 'Cause, you see how we're just fishermen. What are we gonna do? Beat them with our fishing pole? The next thing you know, the tribal chief or whatnot, like, yeah, I agree. Let's go ahead and send a messenger out to them. Let them know we're already on their side. They don't even have to come this way. Here, go ahead and give them these bags of gold while you're at it. That's psychological warfare. That's you got diplomacy in some cases. You've got different types of psychological tactics where they never even had to shoot one shot. Warfare comes in different forms like that. So what I'm asking is, what tools, what weaponry, if you would, and this isn't promoting violence or hostilities, but this is promoting uh, sound thought, right? What tools do we have at our disposal that could stand up against our adversaries and be as effective, if not more effective, than what we might fear coming from them? Let me go ahead and welcome this brother to the stage. Let me put you over here on this side, because this one seems to be stronger. There we go.
Mhm.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. What's going on with you?
Yes, indeed, brother. How's the brother doing? How's Ak doing?
I'm doing okay. Alhamdulillah. How are you, Aki?
I'm doing pretty well. Now, I know, I'm not sure if you heard that last question that I just put up. The last question was tied to, basically, I was asking, right,
Mm-hmm.
given, like, for example, we understand what many of our adversaries, and when I'm saying our and us, I'm referring to Africa as the motherland itself, and the
Mm-hmm.
diaspora, and all. You now. That's the problem. So now I got to hold on a second here.
Okay, bro.
That's what's happening. Bandwidth. Still live on this side. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. This is why I do it this way. So one fails me, I still got this other one up and running. Now
Oh
they
yeah.
both fail me. Yeah.
Yes,
This
sir.
this is the tech side of me showing up, right? The technician side.
Right,
Um.
right.
So what I was saying is that, understanding the reality, because what I was expressing was the method, or the, if you would, the art of warfare, right?
Right.
And I'm trying to explain that there are so many elements that amounts or accounts for um real war. And and tactics that can actually defeat your enemy in real time and realistically. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that sometimes when we think of, well, how are we going to defeat this enemy? They've got nukes, they've got this, they've got that. But the thing is nukes cost money.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? It costs money just to get the machines up. People need paid. So that being said, no money, nobody wants to lift a finger. You
Right.
understand? Or is it like, oh, well, wait a minute, you owe me money, so let me just go ahead and hold on to this nuke for myself. Little things like that start to happen. Internal division is what I'm saying.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So what I'm getting at here is um, what tools would we have that would be our strengths that would not only be offensive strengths that could harm or move in defeating the enemy in some kind of way, but also be defensive and protect us from them being able to harm us. Like, for example, I will give you one that I can readily see right now, and that's morale. There's morale and empathy. The world right now is empathizing with Africa, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
When they saw the demonstration, the world knows that if anything was to happen to Captain Ibrahim Traore, it would be out of malice. It would be out of it would be a blatant bloodthirst attack. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Not because of anything valid or legitimate.
Mm-hmm.
So people are knowing that, and they also many people are also aware of just how subjugated many African economies and governments have become, and where usury, manipulation, um, just whole scale robbery of resources, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so this is this is qualifying empathy, which means that people feel sorry for you, or they feel like when they see you stand up, when they see the small guy stand up in the face of the bully, they start cheering for the underdog. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? The
Mm-hmm.
underdog. And I saw that when I saw the Arabs cheering. There was a lot of Arabs, you know, giving shout outs to Traore. There was some other ethnic groups giving shout outs and, you know, speaking in favor. I was like, I said, that's some empathy right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a weapon of war as well, because it,
Mm-hmm.
it, it amounts to a tool that can be used in propaganda and communication and what I want to say, what's the other one, basically winning hearts and minds.
Mm-hmm.
Battle of hearts and minds. If you win the hearts and minds, then even the guy that would normally be the one pressing the nuke button in the first place, he might think twice too. Like, oh man, I
Mm-hmm.
ain't trying to do that to these folks. Let,
Mm-hmm.
what code? I don't know the code.
Right.
What code? You need me too. I'm the other guy that has the number for the code. Without me, you can't press the button.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, all it takes is little elements like that that change the playing field.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you see in today a lot of African countries starting to wake up to this idea that the dollar, we don't need that dollar here anymore. Let's
Mm-hmm.
go ahead. If you're from Kenya, let's rock what Kenya's rocking. If they're from Kenya, come with the Kenyan money. If they're from Uganda, come with the Uganda money. If they're from Zimbabwe, come with the Zimbabwe money. We don't need the dollar. This
Mm-hmm.
is this is the United States of America. So why do we need the dollar passing around here? That's
Mm-hmm.
what they're saying basically. That is damaging to the way that the United States does business,
Mm-hmm.
because they need you to want that dollar, because how do you sanction the people that aren't using your currency? You
Mm-hmm.
understand? How do you put any kind of strangleholds or chokeholds on them? See, this is what I was saying the last time I think we were talking, was namely that when you take all the real-time tools and weapons away from this beast, he starts to become weaker, when the only thing that he really had working for him in the begin with was something that is mutual of other countries of the same caliber,
Mm-hmm.
nuclear weapons. Russia's
Right.
like, well, we got nuclear weapons too. In fact, we got more than you do. So not only not only do we have nuclear weapons, but we can overwhelm you more than you can overwhelm us
Mm-hmm.
with nukes. And as they say, it would be mutually assured destruction. China's like, well, you know what? We got nuclear weapons too, and your enemies are our enemies. So,
Yeah.
but China is also saying they don't even need to say, they don't even need to mention nukes. They can say, you know what? Don't you owe us some money? A lot of it.
Hmm.
You understand? So,
Yes.
what I'm saying here is these are weapons in warfare. And so, when you're Africa unified, trying to establish yourself and establish your influence, we have to be mindful of more, of all of our types of weaponry, not just one, not just the one that we would like talk about the most. Well, how many boots on the ground do you have? How much arsenal do you have? These are important. But sometimes, if you can ask Iran, if people don't believe me, sometimes all you need is a political influence, a populist support, as well as a confidence in your military powers to stand up and be able to defend yourself.
Hmm.
And at the very least, stay the hand of your enemy. Because I'm just going to say, if Iran was a weak country, like what Iraq ended up being when it got toppled, if Iran
Hmm.
was a weak country, you can better believe that United States would already be in there right now. You
Oh
understand? It
yeah.
would have been it would have been a we would be talking on we would be reading the news talking about Iran's regime has been changed.
Mm.
The leader, think about the Ayatollah. You would be hearing in the news the Ayatollah has been toppled.
Mm. Do
So they
you
would have
think?
made.
Do you
What's that?
think that? Do you think that the U.S. would be able to topple the Ayatollah?
No, I don't think they can. But I'm saying, if my point is, if Iran was actually a weak country, I don't believe
Oh.
Iran's a
Oh.
weak
Okay.
country. So I'm
Yeah.
saying that Iran's actually strong, but
Hmm.
not necessarily in the ways that people consider strength. They have a nice military. You understand?
Hmm.
But I mean, I can accept that if for the sake of argument that the United States military is superior.
Yeah, it is.
But
It is.
you
Yeah.
understand?
Hmm.
So okay, let's put that on. Okay, so a plus side, put a mark on the United States side. Strong military,
Hmm.
but Iran has a military that's actually something you would actually. You're not going to just run up in there and call shots right away. You
Right.
understand?
Hmm.
People are going to get bloodied up. And allies, local allies are going to get bloodied up. That's the kind of warfare Iran's looking at. They oh your pet child is over here. Let's go ahead and handle them first.
Hmm.
You understand? They've been getting on our nerves for these last years, and let's go ahead and just get them off the map.
Hmm.
It would be that kind of a situation.
Yeah.
But they have populist support, and even though you have like there's a modern population there that the West likes to try to exploit to do their divide and conquer tactic. There's a young populace there, but even that young populace, if you actually listen to some of the YouTubers over there,
Uh-huh.
they're they respect their power, their authority.
Hmm.
You understand? They respect. It's like respecting your grandfather to
Hmm.
them. This is a legacy going all the
Hmm.
way back to the Persian Empire, as far as they're concerned. Why would they even want to tear that down? You understand? So of
Hmm.
course, you have they have the strength of patriotism. Now the question of the day in that case is: so there's a mark for. Let's see if there's a mark for Iran on that note, or America. Does America have a strong patriotic system? I would challenge that, because maybe they did in the time of the Iraqi war, but in the year 2025, is that same patriotism existing, the same strength, the same passion? Instead,
Hmm.
I see heavy, heavy, heavy heavy division, and people coming out of the woodworks that have had griefs to express for a long time. And the said people I'm talking about are us, melanated folks, black
Hmm.
folks, who are finally hearing our voice after years of either it being suffocated or whatever the case may be, but we're actually getting a little bit louder than we've ever been before.
Hmm.
So you got that, and then even the power structure itself, they're divided amongst themselves. They don't even have a solid agreement. from their elites to their um, worker class. They're not on the same page. Not on the same page. So you got divisions within the ranks.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that Iran wins on the patriotic side.
Mm-hmm.
In addition, because of the nature of the Iranian country being predominantly, being first of all an Islamic state. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? That means they have they're dominated by a common religious ethic. That everybody in the country, for the most part, you might have little pockets of Christians here or a few Jews there, something like that. But predominantly, everyone you meet in Iran is going to be a Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? A Shiite Muslim, to be exact.
Right.
And so that means that there's a kindred spirit, so to speak, a commonality in perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Does that exist in the United States?
No, there's not. It's not a religious solidarity in the United States at all.
Okay, so there's a plus, another mark for Iran. So what I'm doing, all these marks represent strength. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? When it comes to actual conflict, these are the things that will win the fight for them.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Literally, think of it this way. And I'm not saying that this would happen this way, but imagine if somehow, some way, by an act of God, whatever, as they using their way of words, um, Iran had a way over here. They would
Mm-hmm.
be able to remain unified through the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same token, the populace here would not be unified in the defense of it all.
Right.
There would be some, and I know this because of I remember when Russia was threatening to have direct attacks against the West. Brothers and sisters was on YouTube. It's like, we don't have nothing to do with this. They had all kinds of YouTubers, tapping out already.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Brothers, I'm talking melanated brothers and sisters, black brothers and sisters. We're
Mm-hmm.
already on there on YouTube saying we don't have nothing to do with this. It's the White House. If you need to know where the White House is, we'll take you right there. Go there. That's where your problem is. We don't have nothing to do. We've been dealing with this guy, this enemy for forever. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? This is how they were talking.
Mm-hmm.
So already you have different grades of dissension. You understand? And these are the ones that are in the open. I'm not even
Mm-hmm.
talking about the ones that are covert, the ones that are sleeping, the
Mm-hmm.
sleeper descenders, so to speak,
Mm-hmm.
which would wake up if they felt that you know it was feasible to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh shoot, you see what's happening? Go ahead, go. Hey, Bill, Rick, you see what's going on? Get the truck, something like that, right?
Right. Right.
Um, because now they're inspired, they're motivated, they see that this is something that they could actually do and might actually win.
Mm-hmm.
But so anyway, my point is this is an example of a unified country, right? That's not as superior militarily. No, I'm gotta emphasize militarily, not as superior. But
Mm-hmm.
in other ways, they are.
Mm-hmm.
In China, I'm gonna have to say the military is increasingly giving Western military a run for their money because not because of the types of equipment that the U.S. and West has, but how China is rapidly developing sophisticated weaponry. You understand? Their advancement in tech is by far like going miles ahead of what the United States is used to. You understand? You go to one Chinese city, like one of the main cities, and compare that to New York, and you'll think that in New York you're back in the year 1980 or something. You go to a Chinese city, you'll think you're in the year 2040. You understand what I'm saying? Let's see here. I think my mic. Oh, okay. So what I'm saying here, I'm trying to get this other thing working again.
Uh-huh.
What I'm saying here is that when it comes to looking at who is stronger than who, or who is better than who, or worse than who, I think that more than military might has to be looked at, especially when that's negated by uh, common weaponry that basically nullifies each side. When you got Russia with the most nukes, China has a significant number of nukes, America has a significant number of nukes, mutually assured destruction, as they call it. So that means that nobody's trying to nuke anybody. So that means you've got to go to regular, uh, what do you call conventional warfare. And I'm that's where the doubts come from me when it comes to conventional warfare. Is the West um, able? You understand? Are they still? Are what I'm saying is, are they still just as superior without resorting to nuclear warfare? And I'm not going to say they're not, because I think, like, for example, the Ukrainian situation, I think like any involvement that like the U.S. may have had was they were holding back. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? I
Mm-hmm.
think in some ways they were holding back, but I don't want to fall for the okey doke, because sometimes people don't really have what they say they have. They're not as tough as they put themselves to be. You understand? Because all you need is a David and Goliath situation sometimes. Anyway, my point is, um, going back to this, putting this to perspective regarding the unification of Africa, is whatever fears there may be, if people looked at it in this kind of perspective, that, um, for example, I think that if Africa were to just have courage overnight and decide to rise up and unify, there'd be nothing. There'd be nothing the West could do about it. They're not going to come with nukes, because the minute they come with nukes, then other nuclear countries would deal with nukes as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing they would be able to come with would be, the standard military warfare. And if Africa was to unify, you understand? I'm talking about all of from sea to shining sea, as they like to say, right? Sea
Right.
to shining sea. Unify, the game would be changed. It would be a different kind of a situation here, because that
Mm-hmm.
means you've got Egypt and all of what it has militarily. You've got Nigeria and all of what it has militarily. Then you've got all of the motivator factor, all of the inspiration of the Sahel states.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the political strength of like South Africa and Rwanda. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
That's and imagine all that unified when they're all on one accord.
Mm-hmm.
That's a different. And let me just add this, because sometimes people forget this when they're looking at a flat map. Um, Africa is over 2 times bigger than the United States. So when you're talking about these countries, their size, their populations, and things like that, there's a lot to be reckoned with.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, Africa would not be some pushover at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And if the West were to try to do something direct, it would reveal their hand. And remember that empathy I was telling you about?
Uh-huh.
The empathizers would feel some kind of way about it. And I can give you some of the empathizers. If India, for example, saw that Africa was standing up on its own 2 feet, I think they would have some grades of empathy, because there's some shared history in that part. China it has a habit of being disrespectful to Africa, but not uh, ignorant to business opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
You hear?
Yeah, I'm here.
And
Mm-hmm.
I think the only reason why they tend to be disrespectful is because of stereotypes.
Mm-hmm.
Not in the same way that like France and the West and all of them. In their case, their issue is that they think they're superior. Like they're supposed to be the masters of Africans. You understand?
Hmm.
That's a different mindset. China doesn't have this mindset. They have a mindset like, oh man, you guys don't look at how you guys are living. Look at the streets. Look at the rubbish everywhere. You guys can't be too smart. That's how they're thinking. And the only thing I can say about that is, are they right or are they wrong? In some cases, maybe they're right. In some cases, maybe they're wrong. The only thing I could suggest is that people step it up and show
Well,
them wrong.
don't you believe that, the thing is, I think the reason why Africa in some places, in some nations, looks like it does is because because of the government that's controlling it.
Yes,
You
but
know,
that's when. But see, that's what I'm saying. That's why I say their hatred is based on stereotypes,
uh huh.
not actual on the ground facts. Not and what I'm saying them is not really the government of China. Is more or less like the merchants and people coming to Africa to do business or whatever.
Hmm.
The regular folks, the regular white collars and blue collars from China,
Uh-huh.
who may have never seen anything like this before. You understand? So they're
Hmm.
coming from wherever they're from their um, lifestyles or whatnot, not understanding what communities in Africa are going through because of oppression, because of being economically strangled and things like that. They're not understanding that. They're just going with what their eyes see,
Hmm.
and they jump from that. Um, Also, sometimes people get a bully mentality, and they'll think, well, you guys are poor and broke, so I can tell you what to do and bully you around, and you're supposed to just listen to me because I'm from China and you're not. That's a bully mentality. It's not to be confused with the mindset, the racist mindset that's coming from Europe and from America, where they literally believe that they are your masters. You understand? So there is a whole different expression of indifference between the West and what you have going on, showing up from China. Let me do something here. I'm gonna share this link right here, or this not link, but this post. Here is a post somebody put together showing this conversation. It says Captain Traore puts Macron in his place with one simple question. Emmanuel Macron approached him with a plea. Let's strengthen our friendship and establish military bases in Burkina Faso. Captain Ibrahim Traore responded with, you're already friends with the US, Britain, Brazil, and Canada. Do you have military bases in those countries as well? This is the kind of foolery, if you will, that the West likes to constantly present to the people of Africa as though they perceived uh, us ignorant or not capable of reasoning. Um, if any of you were able to have heard how um, General Langley was speaking about Africa, you would be led to believe that Africans are easily manipulated, easily stirred. We don't have a mind of our own. We can't think for ourselves. This is the kind of idea that you would think that um, he's expressing. Because this is the perspective or propaganda that they would like to portray on Africa, and by doing that, they promote an atmosphere that makes people feel or be brought down low. But what we are seeing today, and if you've been paying attention, even just with YouTube and the social media platforms, Africa is not dumb. It's not foolish. It's not ignorant. When you got a brother who is able to actually invent a self-powering car that hasn't been proven as false, by the way. In fact, other countries have validated that this automobile actually exists, and this has been, you know, proven through different angles or different, bodies of people. So you have that, right?
Yep.
Then, um, of course, you know, in the development that President Traore has been doing in Burkina Faso, one of the things was the establishment of an auto plant with solar powered, solar charging automobiles. You understand? All these things being developed and produced in Africa. And that's just in these countries. We go into other countries, um, in some of the cities of Nigeria, some of the cities of South Africa, you'll find that people are actually very intelligent. You understand? So I think that if China, this is just the give the benefit of the doubt that the reason why they're responding to it the way they are is because they don't know. They may not be aware of what the people of Africa are going through, and so they're not able to sympathize. They're just going with their surface opinion with what they see when they touch ground. And sometimes people are just mean. You understand? Sometimes that's just how people can be. They don't care that you are suffering. They don't care that you're going through some kind of drama. All they want is what they came for, their money. So I'm not sure of the authenticity of these words, but the expression for me does settle as something to reflect on when it comes to this post right here.
Hmm. Yeah. I think it's I think it's pretty optimistic to think that uh, China really don't know too much or has a false generalization. If if I'm placing the words right
Hmm.
of what Africans are by the way of the West, but when it comes to history, these are the same people that orchestrated our demise together.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't me myself I don't believe it's very optimistic to believe that, and just to be like, okay, that was a long time ago. Maybe they don't
Maybe
they're
they've
not
changed.
yeah, maybe they changed and stuff like that. But me myself is said, if it walks like a duck and it sounds like a duck, it's a duck.
The duck,
You know what
right?
I'm
I
saying?
agree. I agree.
It's a duck. Some things you don't have to go through 101 hurdles to figure out if it is still true. Some hypothesis. You know what I mean?
But
So,
let me ask you this then: if when we can clearly see the empirical rise of China, right?
uh huh.
You can see that there's it's becoming a real mighty a country to be reckoned with,
Hmm.
nation, and Africa trying to resurrect itself. What
Hmm.
kind of a relationship should Africa, a a healing country in the making, what kind of relationship or perspective should we have towards China, knowing what you just said about the past?
Uh-huh.
Is a diplomatic, um, like at the very least, relationship possible, or and I'm saying diplomatic,
Hmm.
but one that um doesn't put our guards down.
Mm.
It's like,
I. Hmm.
yeah,
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I want you to finish your thought.
because I'm saying, it's like, for example, let's say you see, let's say you're a group of black ants, right?
Hmm.
And across the road you see the red ants. Last week there was just 100 of them, right, and a queen.
Hmm.
This week there's like 500 of them, and you're only 1,000.
Hmm.
And so you're like, well, man, next week, at the rate that they're going, they're going to be equivalent to us, and in a matter of time they're going to outnumber us
Uh-huh.
and be able to overwhelm us and have whatever we have, whether we want to give it to them or not.
Hmm.
And understanding how hungry, because China's hungry. They're
Uh-huh.
hungry right now, very hungry. They're trying to get that road, that what do you call that, the Silk Road thing going on, uh,
Uh-huh.
officially. They're
Uh-huh.
hungry. So
Uh-huh.
I'm like, man, what's behind that? Are they trying to find new um, territory to once once and for all bust out of um, their shell, so to speak, that they've confined themselves to,
Uh-huh.
and spread around a bit more, get some breathing room.
Uh-huh.
Africa looking like it's fertile, plenty of room. These guys that are living here don't know what to do. We could just kick them out and blast them away or whatever.
Uh-huh.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So for me, that's a threat. That's a
Yeah.
threat. I mean, business, fine, but I'm keeping my eye on you.
You're right.
Go ahead,
Exactly.
go ahead and pave these roads, build some hospitals, get the railroad together. Fine, I like that idea. Cool. Let's dab hands. Sign right here. Here's your, here's your money. Good looking out. But I'm keeping my eye on you. Why is that man standing on over there with the military boats? Why is that? Why are these destroyers showing up on out in the distance?
Mm-hmm.
Anything like that. I'm gonna be wondering.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, um, Africa in this divisive state, it makes for a very vulnerable time for Africa, because literally, if folks aren't paying attention, if let me say it this way, I'm gonna just say it this way: if Africa does not unite, witness the demise of Africa. I'm gonna just say it that way.
Yeah, the thing too is that because of prophecy, I'm a person that believes, even though what I'm saying, you have some things that have been touched and so on and so forth, but I still believe that if Allah makes the Sarato clear and
Hmm.
transparent, nobody can stop that.
Yes.
The things that you try to do, He'll make you err into the truth anyway.
Yes.
So the thing is that I feel that I don't never feel that the children of Adam, because it's when I picture Africans and I picture the melanated people across the world, the people of the E haplogroup, and the L, and the L matrio haplogroup. When I think of my people, I think of my people as the children of Adam, and
Yes.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that He will never let us down as long as we follow Him, as long as we follow the law, and as long as we establish the salat and establish the ummah, and He that will be okay. So
Yes.
the thing is that I think the one weakness about Africans today is that we don't read, and we don't take time to actually be sincere about the things that we believe in, and we don't take time to be to see if Yahweh is Allah. We don't take time to see if Allah was actually spoken in Aramaic. We don't take
Hmm.
time to see we don't take time to seek the real root word behind the word God. Who is
Yes.
the word? Who is Uranus? We don't do that. We
Yes.
take the way of our oppressor in both sides.
I
And then
agree
when
with you.
what I mean, on both sides.
Yes.
You know what I
I
mean?
agree with you. Uh, and I'll say it like this, right? Because I've encountered, even in my own circle, people who, ironically, they're very superstitious, right?
Hmm.
But not spiritual. And to me,
Hmm.
that's like a contradiction. That's like saying you believe in the unseen and the spooks of the unseen, but the divine of the unseen you don't accept.
You don't accept
You
exactly.
don't accept. And so, like, what was it? Okay, let's take the situation with Ibrahim Traore for size. For me, when I see a person being their life being threatened 20 different times.
Hmm.
You understand? And each time they failed.
Uh-huh.
You understand? Like in the case of the U.S. president, they grazed that man's ear.
Uh-huh.
Whoever that guy was that was trying to get him, he tapped
Uh-huh.
that ear. That
Hmm.
means he was like, he moved his elbow too fast or whatever. He was right there.
Uh-huh.
He had him. You
Hmm.
understand? In
Uh-huh.
these other cases, Ibrahim Traore wasn't even on the scene anymore by the time they, was supposed to implement their plan.
Hmm.
You understand? He was already, safe and taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
And they were already, in most of the cases, from what I've learned, they were already hit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you want to do what? Okay. In
Mm-hmm.
fact, let me share this with you. Right here, is this it? Let me share this. Yeah, there it is. Let me share this with you. This is really interesting right here. Speaking of which, one of the situations where they were trying to pay off, the brother that we always see behind the captain, right?
Mm-hmm.
This brother right here. According to what this is saying, it says Captain Ibrahim Traore's bodyguard speaks out. This is the man you always see walking behind him. He's got like some the guys that are right up. As soon as he gets out the car, they get out the car. They're all looking around. Here's one of them. He says they offered me 5 million to shoot Ibrahim Traore from behind, specifically when he bends to pray to Allah. They even
Mm-hmm.
promised my family. Listen to this. They even promised my family and me citizenship in their country. They called it an offer I can't refuse. To them, money matters more than humanity. And it says, read the caption for more. And the thing is understand that some mindsets in Africa do cave into prospects of coming to America, coming
Mm-hmm.
to United. I get to go to United Kingdom. Wow, man, this is a
Mm-hmm.
dream come true. Because they worship the West. You
Okay.
understand? When they see a white person get out of the car, this is like God's in the flesh to them.
Uh-huh.
And so to hear this brother right here put that forth, to me is a strong position, because
Mm-hmm.
knowing how thirsty some people are to make a move like that. I'm not talking about the assassination attempt itself. I'm talking about just with the idea of someone offering you that type of a promise.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to give you an example, like me, if you were saying, "Oh, you can get to come to my country," I'm like, I don't want to go over there.
Mm-hmm.
What? That's not even appealing to me. Why are you offering that to me? I don't want to what, Disneyland? Is that what you? No,
Mm-hmm.
offer no
But,
good.
but see, this is what I was saying. Listen to that. Specifically, when he prays to Allah,
Yes.
that's what I was about to allude to. These people, they don't, even though they even took our books and retaught it to their people, they
Mm-hmm.
don't believe in Allah at all. So the thing is this: they have what it is that they can, the legalities they can follow because they're a very literal people, and the concept of comparing Allah with the anthropomorphic being they can believe in, because for the simple fact their mythological culture and heritage alludes to a deity that they come from, period.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only way they can believe in Allah. If you tell them that Allah is a source that is unseen, that has no body appearance whatsoever, just all of these names are just something that is sourced from, that he is something that you can never see and you will never, I mean, you cannot see and you will never see, they will tell you you're a liar. He don't exist.
Right.
He don't exist because they can only recognize something that they can see, that is something that's tangible. This is the reason why they're
Yes.
so in love with the world. So this is what I'm saying. They wanted his Muslim brother to put a bullet in his head while he was praying to Allah, so they could justify to the world their hateful rhetoric against Allah and against Africa. This is
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying. We are at our own demise because we don't know who our deity is.
Yes. Now, on that note right there, okay. Now think about this, because the reason why I mentioned about these 20 attempts is because for me, one of the things, I was even talking to somebody about this. I said one of the things that stands out to me in today's times is people's heedlessness or mindlessness or thoughtlessness of
Mhm,
Allah. And I'm saying this, to in a general sense, although regardless of the understanding that people have by me saying the word Allah,
uh-huh,
I'm saying that your divine originator, your divine creator, being
Yeah,
directly involved, interacting in real time with our life.
mm-hmm.
You understand? Through us, around us, about us, with us, as us, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Facts.
and so for me, like I said, 20 times and you can't get this guy
That's
tells me
Allah.
you're not going to get this guy.
Yeah, that's Allah. You
Exactly.
only
That's what I'm
you
saying.
you only gonna get him if Allah wills it. If Allah don't will it, you'll never get him. It's the same thing that they try to do to David. It's the same
Yeah.
thing that they try to do to Solomon. It's the same thing that they try to do to Rehoboam. It's the same
Hmm.
thing that they try to do to Yahoo. It goes. It's the same thing they try to do to Hezekiah. Listen. We need to understand that they only devised the books and the prophets and separated them in order to create confusion and create confusion with us. If anything, if Allah's instruction is clear,
Yes.
He is. If anything outside of His instruction ain't from Him,
Mm.
flat out. That's it. That's how easy the religion is. The religion is so easy that even if you took the Torah and you find La ilaha illallah in one verse, then you find a La ilaha illallah in another verse, then you find La hawla wala quwwata illa billah in another verse in Hebrew, and then you go to
Yes.
the Quran and you see the same verses, it's clear we're talking about the same
Yes.
source.
We're talking about the same source, right?
You know what
Yep.
I'm saying?
I've seen that. Hmm.
But the thing is that they have they have created us to be so enslaved to them that we can only think inside of their ideas and
Mm.
doctrines unless
Yes.
we are sincere with ourselves.
And that was what I was trying to allude to at the end of our last live when
Uh-huh.
I was sharing basically that when we read books like sacred books or any book really,
Mhm.
um, it's like we read it through the guise or the eyes of their perspective and not
Fact.
through the perspective of those who came before us, not
Mm-hmm.
through the perspective that's in accordance with our nature. It's like having wings, but instead of flying with them, you're swimming with them. And they weren't designed to swim. They were designed to fly.
Why?
You understand what I'm saying? And that's what we're doing. These people, as I say, these people, they are not us. And no matter that I think one of the most wickedest gimmicks that they've used against us is making us believe that they are, not only are they we're just innocent advisors, like it says, we're just an advisor. But
Yep.
no, that there are brothers or that there are um equals or that they're the same.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? That's
Yeah.
like that would be like just to put it into like a layman's perspective. That would be like a jinn coming to an insan saying, "Hey, I'm just another kind of insan."
Uh-huh.
You
But
understand?
yeah.
Translated for those that may not know, jinn meaning a devil,
Yeah.
and insan humanity.
Humanity.
Clearly, a devil and humanity is not the one and the same thing,
It's not even though they may look alike.
right? You can walk upright, walk. But that's the whole thing about a challenge. See, one of the
Mm-hmm.
things about we're told that will be tested,
Mm-hmm.
and if you ever look at a chessboard, the pieces on the other side are the same
Mm-hmm.
essentially, but their identity is different. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so in our case, this new kid on the block, so to speak, who actually happened as a result of our migration and ignoring the people's. Okay, I'll say it this way. Remember, I was telling you the signs and symbols that are in our sacred books. One of them was the story of Abraham when they went into the land of Canaan.
Uh-huh.
Before they went into the land of Canaan, Abraham told his followers, "Do not sleep with the people of or take them as like wives or whatnot and husbands, the people of Canaan, for they sleep with the animals." Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know when we read this through the eyes of Westerners, we're going to literally take that like that. But this was code for a historic moment when a group amongst us migrated into that region,
Mm-hmm.
got fascinated with these Neanderthals
Mm-hmm.
in some cases. In some cases, we were where we shouldn't have been in the first place, and they done snatched our ladies up or snatched us on up.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And had their
Uh-huh.
way.
Yep. Hey Sade.
Yeah,
Hey Sade, the beast of the field.
beasts of the field. And as a result,
Yeah.
uh, procreation happened as a result out of that,
Mm-hmm.
and the seeds of these new people that prior to this never existed on the planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
On the planet Earth, there was never a such thing as a Caucasian, a so-called Caucasian, so-called however you want to, identify these. They didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
So literally, we are getting what we put forth. We're getting slapped by our own mischief.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
It's no different than the story of the garden, the initial
So.
one of the early rebelliousness, acts of rebelliousness to Allah, like we hear in the garden, the story of the Garden of Eden.
Mm-hmm.
This is something like that. You understand? Where we
Mm-hmm.
were told not to endeavor in a certain way, and we did anyway.
And we did anyway. Yeah.
We did anyway.
So you're saying that the Neanderthal was absorbed by the Canaanites?
Well, let's go further than that, because Neanderthal is just the name of a stock amongst those creatures, not
Uh-huh.
humans. These weren't humans. Neanderthal is only a name given to that creature, whatever that creature was, because
Uh-huh.
of where its bones were found.
Right.
So so since they didn't call it its actual name. If it was called Bilbo Baggins, we would never know. But the whole point is, the whole point is, I'm saying these words intentionally, just so you know.
Right.
Um, you
Bilbo
understand
Baggins.
me?
You're right.
Bilbo Baggins. If we would never know because it was given this new name, this new label. You understand? Just like one of the prophecies, we would be drinking drinks that were once known to be wine, and they'll call it something else. You
Mm-hmm.
understand?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so they do the same with artifacts. They'll just like they do with those amongst us who descend from the people of Kemet. They have extracted the artifacts, and now they've hijacked the identities and say, "Well, these aren't you; they're us."
Oh yeah, they do that
I'm
with
like, well,
everything.
I said, if that's you, then let's see you boldly walk through the Sahara with no shirt on.
Uh-huh.
You understand? Like Akhenaten or somebody would have been able to do. Let's see you do that, since this is really you after all this time.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, my point is that there were a variety of this type of creature that lived in Europe. And okay, all right. Oh man, see, I have to do this because I need the people to understand how things tie together. How these people have deceived you and made people to see them highly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to like mythology, right? European mythology, like
Mm-hmm.
Celtic culture,
Uh-huh.
fire dancers and people like that. Um, let's go to this time where when they write about their stories, you'll hear terms of dwarf, you'll hear terms of elves, things like this. One
Mm-hmm.
of the things that always intrigued me about the stories of the elves was their migration point, where they were migrating, and this is common amongst all elven stories.
Mm-hmm.
Any author, regardless of the author, for some reason, these elves keep leaving their continent to go to some promised land or some distant land,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Uh-huh. I don't like them.
But the descriptions of the elves of what are interesting to me. The way they're described, being fair creatures, pale, you understand,
Mm-hmm.
uh, thin bones, in many cases very slim, blonde hair,
Mm-hmm.
pale eyes, not even blue but pale, like a
Mm-hmm.
palish blue, like a sea blue or whatever, sky blue, whatever they want to call that.
Uh-huh.
Um, this being a common description, but the way they would present these as if these were like divine or heavenly or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem with that. We got to go back to another a Hebrew term now called Nephilim. You ever heard of the word Nephilim?
Uh-huh.
Okay, Nephilim. And then we have to understand that when we leave the parameters of the physical earth, we manifest spiritually. That's how you get around.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? In order to enter the kingdom of God, you have to be born of God. So if you want to get around in the heavens, you got to be of that nature. That's how we go from to and fro. Our Kemetic ancestors knew that. Our Nubian ancestors knew that. That's why they were pointing where they were going when they built the pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
So they're letting us know this is where we're going. In case y'all forget somehow, when you guys meet the devil that you guys are about to meet, because you guys want to keep playing games and whatnot and not listen. This is where we're going. So when you guys figure it out, check us out when you get there. See you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Yeah. So they the Nephilim,
Mm-hmm.
uh the, at one, this is the same body of celestial beings
Uh-huh.
that were amongst the crew that rejected or rebelled. Remember the rebellious ones like Iblis, and as the Quran identifies that Iblis
Uh-huh.
was of those who rebelled, or who refused to make sajda to
Uh-huh.
Adam.
Uh-huh.
Okay, these were that group of people. Um, so at that time, this group of people, they rebelled against the populace. Now, why am I saying this? Let's go historically. Historically, you know that for a long time, um, everybody operated and behaved a certain way. But 60 to 70,000 years ago, a group amongst us decided to do something different.
Uh-huh.
And it was that group that ended up migrating to where these beasts lived.
Uh-huh.
And for the sake of the argument, we'll call them Neanderthal. But I would rather call them by their spiritual identity that the Hebrew word gives us. Those having the spirit of the Nephilim. The Nephilim are the fallen angels that the
Mm-hmm.
Bible speaks of, or because when you say angels, that's really a misunderstood word. So I simply have to say fallen celestial beings or fallen cosmic entities, because we
Mm-hmm.
need to understand that the heavens is massive and there's so much going on that many of us, we it would blow our mind if we knew what's going on in the heavens.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? What's
Mm-hmm.
going on in the cosmos.
Mm-hmm.
So because we tend to think that like our ego, as it's been trained by this adversary, makes us believe that the world and everything revolves around what we got going on here, planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And this has been going. Remember, Allah is infinite.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Allah is
Yeah.
infinite. So
Mm-hmm.
this show has been going on for long, for infinity. Allah
Right.
has always been Al Khalik. You
Yes.
understand? Allah has always been Al Bari.
Mm-hmm.
And for translation purposes, the creator, the fashioner.
Uh-huh.
It's, and it has never been a point in time where Allah has stopped. Why? Because Allah is Al Qayyum.
Okay. Yeah.
You understand? The ever living. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, the eternal. That's the word I was looking for. Eternal.
Ever living. Yeah.
Ever living. Yeah, same thing, I
Mm-hmm.
guess.
Mm-hmm.
So, in Al Hayy, that's the word for ever living right there. Al Hayy.
A height.
The other one is absolute. Al Qayyum is absolute. So he's Al Hayyul Qayyum, the
Mm-hmm.
absolute, the ever living, or
Mm-hmm.
reverse that around. The ever living, the absolute. Anyway,
Right.
uh, so Allah's majesty, if you would, authority, ability, exercising implementation of that has never ceased. Allah has never ceased to not be, to be. Allah has never ceased to create. Allah has
Mm-hmm.
never ceased to fashion, form, breathe. You understand? It's always been the case,
Uh-huh.
and all we are is just one example of this happening on this particular planet. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? Our
Mm-hmm.
Adam, as someone might put it, our Adam. We're the descendants of our Adam
Mm-hmm.
on this planet. You understand? We, the seed that was that impregnated this earth.
Right.
You understand? We're the descendants of those. But
Mm-hmm.
before they got here, they were amongst the heavens. Debating amongst, are you going to truly create one that'll spread mischief and shed blood?
Mm-hmm.
Having discussions in the presence of the heavenly host.
Mm-hmm.
On and
But
on and on. Go
but
ahead.
but but that would let you know that there was something that existed before him.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Malik can only, they don't they only are taught what Allah teaches them.
Yes.
So they're not free in thought like we are. So the thing is that for them to say something like that, they had to see something before the creation of Adam.
Yes.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
see, the
And
thing is, remember. Okay, in this case, we got to go into the realm of dimensions. Okay, because remember I talked about the line, the square, the cube, the Metatron, all that. Okay,
uh,
when you the higher the dimension, the different your perspective of observation is going to be. If you're in a four-dimensional perspective, you're going to see what a three-dimensional creature is going to do in advance because you're already there. Your perspective of time and space is different than the three-dimensional creature. You understand? And a three-dimensional creature is going to see better what it's going to do long before the two-dimensional creature does it.
Right.
And so it descends or ascends. So in the case of these, yes, they were seeing this, but that I know that which you know not part, they didn't have that. Because like you said, Allah is greater than that, greater than all these dimensions. Allah is not
Right.
confined, you know, lillahi ma fi samawati wa ma fil ard. You know, see, to Allah belongs all that is in the heavens and in the
Right.
earth. You understand? So, you know, at no point does stillness or um, sleepiness or fatigue or anything affect this Allah.
Yeah, it's not.
Anytime you talk about these features, you're talking about something that has been manifested by the authority, the command of Allah,
Yeah,
for
he's not.
whatever the purpose.
He's not affected by time and space because he's what holds time and space together.
Exactly. And something that, you know, the people who have a hard time grasping this and want to see their ilah in the form of an object, this is their this is the dilemma that they suffer. You understand? This because and I think part of this is actually is not necessarily ignorance, but an egotistical problem, a takabara problem, an
Yeah,
arrogance problem.
yeah,
You
yeah,
understand? So because of their takabara, their arrogance, you understand, they perceive they want to see themselves as having conquered or gotten to know God absolutely. You understand? So they would be in a position. See, I know I've seen God and I lived. You know, or I've seen God. You know, all these little silly things, right?
right. That's crazy.
Exactly. And
I'm sorry.
so now, but let's go back to the word you use, malaik. Malaik is a diminutive form of malik.
Malik.
It means it's like a think about like I'll put it like this: like you have a hand and a glove. The glove is like a malik. You understand? The glove
Yeah.
is like a malik. The hand, you know, metaphorically speaking, would be the hand of the Almighty. So that's why it's said that as we ascend, as we get closer to God consciousness, when the pen writes, it wasn't the pen that wrote, but it was Allah that writes. When the sword cut, it wasn't the sword that cut, but it was Allah that cut. You understand? It means that every action that comes in to being, it was the Shah of Allah. You understand? The will.
I
So the authority, the command, the power. But
yeah.
I'll say this because I can hear in the back of the classroom somebody saying, "But I thought we had free will." We need to understand again dimensions and perspectives. This is for some reason the part that people keep omitting from the conversation. On our level, we see things as is according to our level. We experience it that way. So the idea of what we think of as free will, we experience it that way. So that way, when you do a thing, the perspective of your action is as, "Oh, I did this. I picked up the cup. I poured milk in the glass. I cooked the chicken wings on the grill. I kissed my wife. I hugged my child. I did that." But here's the thing I often ask people. We say, La ilaha illallah. There is no God but the God, right? Okay. And then we can also say La sharika lahu. There is no partner. He has no partner. Okay. We also say in my favorite of all surahs, although all the surahs of the Quran are my favorite, but one that was the one that got my attention first was Surah to Ikhlas. Qul huwa Allahu ahad. Say he is Allah the one. Allahu samad. Allah the eternal absolute. Lam yalid wa lam yulad. He begets not nor was he begotten. Wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. And there is none like him. So that being the case, Allah says ana. If Allah is ana, then there is no other ana. Why? Because la ilaha illallah. If Allah says nahnu, ana, by the way, for those listening, means I. Nahnu means we. If Allah says we are closer to you than your jugular vein. Allah says in the Quran, we, he used the word nahnu. We are closer to you than your jugular vein. Okay, then Allah is qualified with the personal noun we.
Uh-huh.
the pronoun we.
Uh-huh.
So la ilaha illallah.
Uh-huh.
There is no other we but we. There is no other I but I. There is no other us but us. There is no other you but you. You are our Lord. You are our sustainer. You
But
understand?
mhm,
But understand this in its perspective. Remember, we in this third dimensional level cannot perceive the Akbar.
uh-huh.
You understand? Allah is Akbar. That means beyond dimensions altogether.
Uh-huh.
So the permeation of the power of Allah, the presence of Allah, the mind of Allah is beyond our scope. So, even me talking about it is not talking about it.
Uh-huh.
You understand? And to try to even tackle that, we wouldn't get anywhere, fast or slow.
Uh-huh.
But understand that by the best way we could deal with that on our scope and still not get anywhere close to the point is what we meant when we were talking about the angels, when we mentioned the example of fourth dimensional creatures,
Uh-huh.
seeing the observing three-dimensional creatures from a fourth dimensional perspective.
Uh-huh.
Next time you look at an ant, understand that you're looking 2D. A 3D creature looks at the world in 2D.
Uh-huh.
When you look at anything around, you don't see all of its sides, do you?
Uh-uh.
But you know it has sides because your body has sides.
Uh-huh.
You're not a flat object, so you're 3D. Your
Right.
body is 3D.
Right.
So, but you don't see it 3D. If you were 4D, you could see it 3D. And on up it ascends. The higher you go, the greater your perspective of the objects below you.
Mhm.
You understand?
Yeah. But see, the thing is that too. Listen,
Mm-hmm.
the thing is that if you go into Semitic Semitology instead
Mm-hmm.
of theology, and you understand the culture and the traditions of the people that the scriptures derive from,
Yes.
you will understand that the system that was created by Allah, Anu, Ilah, all of the system that was created by him.
Yes. 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 Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's always gonna be when the system that was created by him was a system that was created in perfectness and for the heavens, and it was created imperfect for the earth. And the
Yes.
reason why it was created imperfect for the earth is because so the people on earth will reach out into the heavens for assistance, but they cannot do anything unless Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has written it in the decree. So Allah
Yes.
subhanahu wa ta'ala has written everything that we have done in his decree. There's a million, billion, trillion past uncountable, innumerable. But the
Yes.
thing is, and that we can choose from. So we never choose unless he allows us to choose the path
Mm.
that he has written, because anything outside of that we can't choose from.
You wouldn't even
So
think about it.
you don't even think about it because
Right.
he didn't put it into existence. You know what I mean?
Right.
So the thing is that when it comes to free will, we have the right to choose, but we
Yes.
do not have the right to make up of our circumstances or our outcome for our outcome for choosing
We cannot
everything.
surpass this is the Ayatul Kursi thing. What you're saying is compacted in Ayatul
Of
Kursi.
course,
We
yes.
cannot we cannot go beyond the limits except as Allah permits.
Except as he permits. So the thing is that when he says we, he's talking about the social. So see, the
Hmm.
Gentile, the Kafir can't answer that because he don't
Yes.
understand Allah. You know what I
Yes.
mean? But the thing is that when he says we, he is talking about the systems that he has created,
Yes.
put
Yes.
in
Hmm.
place for the earth and for the heavens in order for that order to remain in mazan, in balance.
Yes.
So
Balance.
the thing is that the thing is that we have the voice of Allah, with this Jibril, the might of Allah, which is Michael. We have the sword of Allah, which is any I would say any angel that is, I forgot what his name was. To tell you the truth. Then we have the healing of Allah, which what they say is Raphael. We have the horn of Allah, which is Israfel. We have those. We have the Malik, the Malik, the king of Malik. I mean, he is Malik Mut, but we have
Yes.
those that are what they call the Malik of Mut. So we also have the angels of death, not just one,
Yes.
but we have many of them because
Yes.
right because only Allah can be everywhere at one time.
Exactly.
Not even a Malik can be everywhere at one time. So he creates many of those in order for that system to work about. So when this is the same is this is the same similitude is synonymous with Elohim.
Yes.
And this is the reason why the Gentile gets that Elohim word mixed up with gods. It don't mean gods. It means
Right.
the source of power of the emissaries or of the governors or of those that he has put in place in order for his will to take place. You know what I mean?
Very
So
good.
the thing is that
Taking
our
nothing away from the oneness.
huh
I was saying taking nothing away in any way from the oneness of
of
Allah.
Allah, yeah, of Allah, because listen. I was teaching my wife. I was teaching my wife this one time. We was going over the story of Musa, and Musa really begged Allah Subhanahu wa Taala to see him. Like Musa said,
Hmm.
I just want to see. I just want to see you. You know what I'm saying? And he told Musa, Musa, you can't see me because my glory would be too much for you. You
Okay.
know what I mean? And then Musa was like, no, I'm paraphrasing now. He's like, no, I want to see you. He said, well, Musa, I will show my glory behind this mountain. And then when he showed his glory behind the mountain fell into dust. And then
Yeah.
and then Musa fell into his face and said, no, enough. I believe la ilaha illallah. The thing is this. I said, if we look at it like this, the source that holds everything into existence, if he was to pull himself away from everything that he holds into existence to manifest himself in front of your face, you would die
Mm.
because there would be nothing else to give anything life in this reality.
Right.
Because he is what holds life together. Because that is why he's called El Hay, the ever living. He is what
Mm.
holds life together. He is the source of all life. If he was to bring himself from those sources, I mean, from bring himself from holding life together, everything would die.
Yes.
Everything would die. So the Gentile is always going to make him anthropomorphic because for the simple fact they believe, their father is Iblis. It's just I truly do believe that their father
Yes.
is Iblis. You know what I'm saying? And that's the first one of the first things that Cain did. Cain made his deity Iblis.
Mm. So let's jump back into that part right there. Their father.
Uh-huh.
Um. Now, initially, their father um manifested in a similar way as other Malaik. You understand?
Hmm.
Up until the point where this one became rebellious.
Hmm.
Now, I want to tie this back on to the Earth level experiences, the
Uh-huh.
third dimension, so to speak. And okay, so I gotta get focused here. So think about those amongst us who had been inspired or been uh, I don't even say inspired, but we desired to move in a direction that was contrary to the direction that everybody else was going.
Hmm.
A party from amongst us and migrated to where we shouldn't have gone.
Hmm.
It's just another case of Allah says don't touch the camel, we touch the camel. Don't do
Right.
this, we do this. Don't do
Right.
that, we go ahead and do it anyway. And this was one of those scenarios because there's many stories like this that have happened throughout history where we were just hard headed
Uh-huh.
and suffer the consequences.
Like
So
now.
right, and that's what I'm trying to get at. So when we did this, when we human beings, those breathed into by Allah when we were created from the beginning, right?
Uh-huh.
Um, a party from us migrated to this region that we had no business going in the first place. It wasn't even our natural environment, to say the least. We actually had to do things to accommodate ourselves just to live in those areas because it wasn't
Uh-huh.
it wasn't natural for us. It was natural for that particular beast, the
Uh-huh.
so-called that later ended up be called Neanderthals. Those with that bone structure, those with that design that of that creature.
Uh-huh.
Now, the thing about arrogance is it can blind you and make you lust and desire things that if you had your sound mind, you wouldn't desire them. You
Uh-huh.
understand? It wouldn't even come to your mind. It's the same thing when you got, you know, the powers that be in the West establishing uh, men to marry men and women to marry women. You
Yep.
understand?
Facts.
A
Yep.
man in his natural mind is he's going to like, bruh,
Right.
bruh, yeah, all right,
Right.
bruh, and they going about their business, right?
Right.
But
Right.
for some reason, it's like the way I look at my wife is the way that one brother's looking at another brother. You
Right.
understand? And that's not sane. So you say, well, where does this derive from? Is this when we go back into this ancestral time, these people actually had to alter their thinking to see these creatures as something that could be that could be not even procreation was in the thought, but something that could be that they can express their desires through. You
Uh-huh.
understand? Like some of these hillbilly farmers and goats and sheep.
Mm-hmm.
What does it take for a hillbilly farmer to look at a goat and think, or a sheep and think, oh, that's something I can fulfill my desires to?
That's
What
a
kind of
snatch.
a mind do you? I mean, how do you alter your mind to do that, right?
Right.
But this is what they had to do in order to see the Neanderthal as that creature as something attractive enough to, free willy with. So you understand? So now this is why I'm saying to you, when these people started to become more established or civil, if you will, or more human-like. You understand? To the populace that you see today, where they're arrogant, dominant, and things like that, they had to change their stories so that it would put them in a greater light. So that's why when you see even the mythological stories are a twist of a reality that they actually experienced, but they twist it in a way that make it seem glamorous, to make it seem like it was something, you know, uh, wonderful, like magical, dreamy, whatever.
Uh-huh.
But the, when you go, I mentioned the Celtic culture for a reason, because one of the people that have a clear, direct link to this lineage or this seed that you're talking about, Iblis, you understand, is stemming from the Celtic culture. You understand? All their practices and ways are all elements that go all the way up to a time where this creature called Cro-Magnon. You ever heard of the term Cro-Magnon?
Cro-Magnon.
Yeah,
Cro-Magnon. Hold on for a minute.
Cro-Magnon. Yeah, you look
That
that up,
is
you'll see that was their ancestors.
Cro-Magnon. Yeah, I think that ain't that like something. Why do I
These are the
relate that?
children of the Neanderthal. Cro-Magnons are basically more modern Neanderthal before it became white people.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
understand?
We just
That's,
learned
that's
about them. Yeah.
so when you and this is why this it's a serious thing that has to be dealt with, because there are we need to understand the use of the word jinn in the Quran, because many of us have this idea that jinn is something uh like illusionary and not actually talking about the people who actually have this as their identity name. And they had this, if you go back in, especially in ancient Hebrew and ancient Greek or ancient Roman, this is what they called themselves.
Right.
They,
Facts.
they literally called themselves jinn.
Jen. Yep.
You understand? It wasn't even it wasn't even a bite of the tongue or anything. They were jinn. Later on, they called themselves Gentiles. The children of Israel called them Gentiles. You
Yep.
understand?
Yep.
Because that's what they were. And then
Yep.
later on, when they wanted to be nice about it and make it look pretty, gentlemen, ladies
Yep.
and gentlemen. You
Yeah, and then
understand?
wanted to make that wanted to make that universal.
So
You
that
know,
way we would receive them in a more favorable situation. Uh,
situation. Yep.
when they came to the shores of Africa, one of the reasons why we were so receptive of them is because we some of us through ignorance forgot what our ancestors had taught us. Right?
Uh-huh.
Again, you understand? Again and again. How many times do we do this? Again and again and again. It's not a one-time scenario. We've been blundering for quite some time now. But I mean, look, we don't even have to go through generations. All we have to do is be an adult and a child.
Right.
You understand? You see an adult, a grown elder man, and a teenager. It's the same interaction.
Same
An
interaction.
adult man and said, "Boy, I will pull this belt out and straight." And the hard headed teen thinks he's got, man, pops. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand.
Uh-huh.
You
Yep.
understand? You don't understand. She loves me. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, Junior, it ain't like you think. She loves
Uh-huh.
she loves him and him and him too, not just you. Um,
Right.
so, but that adult that experienced elder versus the immature brat teen. That's basically the story that's been played out throughout our lifetime. We're the same folks. We're the same people. So when they came, they had been finally reformed. It took them 6,000 years. Understand, as the creature, they've been around for 60 to 70,000 years.
Uh-huh.
The oldest bones that matched them before they were full-fledged Neanderthal. When they were full-fledged Neanderthal, they looked like what you see of the Neanderthal. And in that time, they were you had different varieties. Some were pale, very very pale. Some were very very dark skinned, but they weren't
Mhm.
humans. Understand that they weren't humans. They were this humans like you see you, like I see me. This is the prime form that we've always been. This melanated, dark skin, light skin, red skin, medium skin. This is how we've always been.
Uh-huh. Right.
You understand the way our feet are, the way our hands are. This is our what do you call it? Our mojo. This is our thing. You
Mhm.
understand? It's like it's like you being able to recognize an ostrich from a ray. You
Mhm.
understand? They're both big birds, but a ray has features that ostriches don't, even though they're both birds, big birds.
Mhm.
So are the things that make us us. These our melanin and whatnot. This is our turtle shell. You
Mhm.
understand me? This is our unique thing that makes us a human. This is what makes a human a human. Human. You understand,
Mhm.
man?
A human. Uh-huh.
So this is what makes that so.
The people of hue.
Otherwise, a people of hue. Otherwise, you would not be able to qualify for that. You'd be another kind of creature,
Uh-huh.
at the very least, another species.
Yep.
You understand?
Facts.
Another species of creature, not the human, not the Homo sapien.
Mhm.
So these, for you know, when that interaction happened 60 to 70,000 years ago, a new kind of creature was born. And for a while, they were able to wall them off. You
Uh-huh.
understand, or keep them at bay. Through ice ages and things like that, they kept them right where they at, so they didn't cause anybody any problems. But as time progressed, they started to increase in numbers. They started to become more agitating, more offensive. You
Uh-huh.
understand? And people kept on thinking of what to do because we have a law: "Thou shalt not kill." You
Mhm.
understand? Thou shalt
Mhm.
not kill. And why were we hesitant to kill these? Because in the mind of those amongst us that weren't too smart, that weren't listening to the wisdom of the ancestors, they saw them as something like us. How can we kill them? Look, see, she smiled. She just smiled right there. Oh, isn't
Mhm.
that so sweet? Look at the smile. Well, that was because she's hungry and she sees you and thinks that that's possibly some food to eat.
All right.
You understand? It's not
Right.
like your smile. Your smile is an actual smile because somebody said a silly joke
Yo,
or something
uh-huh.
that humored you. It was a bright, sunshiny day, so that made you smile. When she smiled, that thing smiled is because it was hungry. You
Mhm.
understand? The, the animalistic beast qualities of it is showing in its instinctive nature.
Mhm.
So I'm using their wordage here. So we realized at some point that we have to there has to be a solution for this. So
Mhm.
6,000 years ago, ones like many names have been given, Tehuti, Hermesi, all these ones. They're in this time. That was 6,000 years ago. Literally, the oldest writing of Hermesis is attributed to being 6,000 years old. Okay,
Mhm.
so we we tried to educate them. Is what I'm getting at.
Mhm.
You understand? We tried to teach them and civilize them. So that
Mhm.
the idea was, since they're like us in so many ways, maybe we could civilize them and they'll behave like us.
Mhm.
you know, being able to differentiate between good and evil, and so on and so on. But all these elements. I don't know if you can hear me because my light just went out, but all these elements ended up becoming what you see of as literally, and this isn't a racist conversation for those that might feel like this is some kind of hate speech or something. This is history. You understand? History. So I need people to understand that when you're talking about history, it's not about hating anybody. I don't hate anybody because of their nature. Now, don't get me wrong. Me saying I don't hate you because of your nature doesn't mean I'm not going to protect myself while being aware of your nature. If I know you bite, I'm not going to stick my hand out before you so you can bite it.
Facts.
You understand? I'm going to
Facts.
keep my hand right where it's at because I know your nature is to bite. You're a
Mhm.
dog, you bite. Dogs bite. I don't want
Right.
you to bite me. I see that your mouth is shaped to bite. If you look at a dog, you can clearly see that that's what it's supposed to be doing in the first place.
Uh-huh.
You understand? It
Mhm.
bites.
Right.
So even if I didn't know what a dog does, I'm gonna look at that mouth instinctively like, look at those teeth. They look like they
Mhm.
can bite.
Right.
Let thy not put thy hand there.
Right.
Um, you understand? No divine revelation needed any. It's right. It's intuitive.
I
Um,
mean, you don't never look over the realities of the realities of the situation. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
You can be fair to anything. You can be fair to animals. You can be fair to people, and so on and so forth. But the thing is that the reality of the situation is that that these people have a certain type of immunity towards your kind of people, and they have shown this over and over and over again, and they're
Hmm.
still showing it. So the thing is that you don't have to you don't have to completely like be mean to a person to
Yes.
to re to respect and be kind to them. You know
And
what I'm
that's
saying?
and to tie that
If
in
I'm
with the
saying that right.
title. Yeah, you're right, because it all ties in with the title of the show, the ingredients of a United States of Africa. In order for that to ever be a reality, we would have to be able to realize that look, we can respect you, but we need to be aware about you. And
Facts.
you
Yep.
understand? And
Facts.
once we are unified, we can never allow the thing that caused us to be broken up and divided in the first place to ever happen again.
Hmm.
We can't allow that to repeat ever again. So that means the scholars, the learned ones amongst our people, have to recognize what caused the problem in the first
First
place.
place. Hmm.
How did we
Right.
get to this point? Because we didn't just wake up one day, next thing you know, we're on slave boats. You
Right.
understand? It didn't happen that way.
Yep.
So how did we get to this point in the first place? Okay, let's say we cross off the list the initial mistake of going to where we ain't had no business going, where the Most High, where we were told by wise people, by all kinds of things, don't go over here, don't take these people and sleep in, don't take these beasts. It said these beasts. Listen to the word it says. It says don't it identified the Canaanites associated them with being beasts. They sleep with the animals. They sleep with the
Right.
beasts. You understand? So we already know that these Canaanites are questionable people, sleeping with beasts as a habit, as a practice, as a custom. This is what they do. This is how they get down. This is how they get their goods going. No more different than the people of Sodom and Gomorrah. You understand? These people got down a certain kind of way. You understand? That was understood to be a feature of that particular city. So much so that it started to become overwhelming that the Most High was like, look, we're going to go ahead and handle this way. You understand? Revealing that to the prophets in the way that was necessary. Prophet Lut in that case. So what I'm saying here is that the any listener, whether it be someone that looks like me or otherwise, would benefit in not being emotionally uh, uh, perturbed by what I'm saying, because it's no different than me saying that there was a revolutionary war in the United States. You understand? Or there was a war between the United States and Britain. Does that mean that somebody should get offended because, oh man, you're talking about the Revolutionary War? I don't like you. You're racist. You're politically racist. No, I'm just saying what happened. I mean, it's raining outside. You're going to get mad at me saying it's raining outside? You understand? I'm just stating a matter of fact of what took place in time. That doesn't mean that I hate anybody. You've admitted in your own studies, European, white man, white woman, you've admitted that your ancestry, you have 72% genetic similarity or compatibility, however you want to word it, with the Neanderthal. You've admitted this in today's modern time. You've
Fact.
also admitted that the people of the motherland have no percentage of Neanderthal genes. So how is that possible? Please do explain. If the genes that make you a Homo sapien are passed down from mother to father, from mother to father and father to the child, at what point in time were any of us ever a Neanderthal? Because
Right.
in order for you and I to be related, you, me, you, and us melanated people to ever have been related, that means we had to have a common ancestor. But for you to
Mm-hmm.
tell me that nobody in Africa, nobody in of the original stock of melanated people has even an ounce of Neanderthal blood, that
Mm-hmm.
means our ancestor is not the same.
Facts. Facts.
So
Facts.
that leads me to say, well, who are you? If your ancestor is not my ancestor, and I'm even got a name for mine, Adam, we want to say, which means blood in the plural form. That's what the word means. It means blood in the plural form.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the identity of our ancestral parents, you understand, who is yours?
Right.
Because in our story, we got a clear idea of how he came about when the spirit arrived in this world.
Mm-hmm.
He was fashioned from darkened clay.
Yeah.
It
Uh-huh.
says that in all, it's right, dark, not pink clay, not tan clay, not white clay, darkened clay.
Mm-hmm. And mm-hmm.
You understand? So
Yeah.
that's our ancestor. Where are you from? You understand? And not only that, but what happened 60,000 years ago that caused this new creature that never existed on the planet Earth, was nowhere around? If you went from sea to shining sea, from anywhere, from the Pangea continent to the divided continents, wherever you didn't see you nowhere. So
Mm-hmm.
where did you come from then? You didn't come from our ancestry. You don't share our ancestral story. Our bones tell us that we've been around 250 million years plus and counting. Every time they dig up a bone from amongst our ancestral regions, they find an older fossil, an older bone with older artifacts than that.
Mm-hmm.
Telling you we've been around on this planet for a while. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? And you were nowhere around here. You were not here. We would come and go. We could go to and fro as we pleased.
Facts.
And the knowledge, and like I said, the closer we were to the Most High, to manifesting, to demonstrating, to implementing, the more in tune we were to on earth as it is in heaven concept. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? And so with that said, then we got to go back to this story, since the story is talking about us, is talking about also the bringing you into the picture,
Mm-hmm.
when giving you a clear description. Now, we've been on the planet for 250 million plus years, to say the least,
300.
and we never had any stories talking about us having a habit of
Yeah.
shedding blood and spreading mischief.
Uh-huh.
And then all of a sudden, you show up, and that's the very thing you do.
The very thing you do.
You understand? Like, naturally, this is what you get up looking to think to do. Dividing and conquer, spreading blood or shedding blood and spreading mischief. You see
Uh-huh.
something, you gotta put your 2 cents into it. You can't just leave things, let them be.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
walk into as soon as you get off the boat and walk into Zimbabwe, you gotta find some way to or not Zimbabwe, but Tanzania and Kenya. You gotta find some way to involve yourself with the Masi people, because they've got to know who you are.
Uh-huh.
It makes me think of that man that went over to that island near between Africa and Yemen. There's a little island somewhere over there
Uh-huh.
that people have been living the way they've been living for a long time, right?
Uh-huh.
And this man came over there on some Jesus stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And he was greeted with arrows,
Mm-hmm.
popped him like bow. They didn't even give. They didn't even give him. They didn't even give him a wave, a handshake, nothing. Arrow. Like, we don't know you. We don't want to know you, but you can know this arrow.
Right.
It was just like that. But the way the media portrayed that story was like, how dare they? They're savage. They didn't even give the man a chance. Why should they? Who was he to give them a chance?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know you. What do you mean?
That,
I don't know if you're going to eat us or what.
mm-hmm.
You understand? I don't owe you any obligation of giving you a chance of anything.
Mm-hmm.
Who are
That,
you that I'm supposed to give you a chance?
mm-hmm.
Chance for what? He was coming to manipulate them. They need Jesus. I gotta bring Jesus to them.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? They've been living this way for hundreds of thousands of years before the Messiah was even upon the earth, let alone this imposter Jesus person.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So, so what I'm saying here is there's the mindset is evident. The beast-stealing mindset is evident.
Mm-hmm.
So people need to understand when certain terms are talked about biblically, Quranically, you need to know who is being talked about and accept it.
And
We have
accept
to
it.
get out of the land of make-believe. You
Uh-huh.
understand? If you're going to be superstitious, then be spiritual also. That's my advice to you. If you're going to say, well, oh man, that bug right there, if it crosses that line, something's going to happen. Okay, if you believe that, okay, then what about this man that was shot 20 or attempted to be assassinated 20 times?
Mm-hmm.
What about the divine hand in that?
Right.
What about
Facts.
this? What about this kitab that it's calculation of every single huruf, every single letter in the kitab, in the book is accounted for and precise.
Uh-huh.
A precise number of that equates to the meaning of angel. What is it?
Mm-hmm.
72. Precise number, something you cannot randomly or do guesswork and produce in a book.
Yep.
Especially when you can't even read and write.
Yeah, 70 is it 72 emirs over the nations, and Allah is
Mhm.
ours.
Yes.
And Allah
So
is ours. You
and,
know?
and, and each number, like for example, how many times is the word day mentioned in the Quran?
Mm-hmm.
How many days are there? Three.
Right.
It
That's
counts for
365, right?
yeah. And
Yeah.
that's how many times the word Yawm is mentioned in the Quran.
Yep. Oh.
So I'm saying, people, let's reason a little bit and get out of get off of our high horse or high rug or high carpet or high chair, whatever it is we're in, and reason a bit and understand that wheresoever you turn your face, there's the face of Allah. That means that you and I have no real reason to be divided, because what you got and what I've got is something special, and we need to dissect and come together and figure out, with the tools that Allah gave us, our part to play.
Right.
You
Right.
understand? I respect the doctor, even if I'm not a doctor. I respect the farmer, even if I'm not a farmer, because I know they have a part to play that makes this all work.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I say, when people get into these deen bouts, or so-called religious bouts, depending on the nature of it, I'm like, because sometimes you have some sound, where our ancestors, our people, especially in Africa, we like to challenge each other.
Uh-huh.
You understand? We like to test each other's adeptness and see what you're made of. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Bruce Lee or Ip Man versus the stranger from the out of towner. That's what they called the other guy,
Mm-hmm.
the out of towner. He went through the whole schools testing their skills.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't necessarily out of hatred. It was just, he was like, look, I'm the best. I'm the best around. Prove me wrong.
Mhm. But see, the one thing that's wrong with our people is that our people look at things like, look, for example, they'll read the Bible, right, and forget
Hmm.
that there's a whole. They'll read the Bible, and then when they get to the Tanakh and the Torah, when they start with the Tanakh and the Torah, they forget that there's a whole Hebrew lens,
Yeah.
culture, and tradition that goes along with that text,
Yes. Yes.
and they don't even they look at it through the eye of the European instead of looking at
Hmm.
it through the lens of the Hebrew or the Semite. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I don't think they even know how to really differentiate that. I don't think they even know
And,
how to really
and that's all
actually.
the while reading in the book is telling you that there was an order of people called Levi whose
uh,
sole purpose was to do just that, to
just
interpret
that. Right,
break down their scripture.
right, exactly.
That was the whole purpose of that order.
So the thing is that, and then they'll get to the New Testament and then mix the Greek mythology and so on and so
Hmm.
forth with the Hebrew traditions, not understanding that Semites and Yaphites were enemies.
Yes.
They may have had loan words that they both used. Like for example, you have for Judah they use Iuda for
Hmm.
Greek, coin Greek, right? Iuda, you know what I mean, or Iudos, you know what I mean, or they use Isus
Okay.
for Isa, you know what I
Yes.
mean. But the thing is that they take those loan words, but they didn't take the loan words of the deity of Israel. So that's
Right.
something to that's something to come, that's something that if you're looking at it in the traditional and traditional and linguistic lens, that's something to take into consideration. Is this the same deity? Because if it was, wouldn't they took the loan word
Right.
Yahweh or the young loan word El and translate? I mean, instead of translated it into Dios, just kept the L.
Right.
You know what I mean? So this is we don't really sit down and really I don't think we need to be taught that. We need to
And,
be
and
taught how to read and comprehend in the lens of the scripture.
and with that in mind, this that whole thing makes me think of the reason why Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam
Alayhi
uh
salam wa alayhi.
was given the wahi of the Quran, the inspiration of the Quran in the first place. If you
Mhm.
remember, he came in a time think of the Arabian Peninsula as a thumbnail sketch of what the world experiences when it comes to becoming polytheist, becoming mushrikeen. You
Mr.
understand?
Payne. Uh-huh.
Everybody satisfied, especially when you think about the division of sets and things like that in the world today.
Mhm.
Everybody satisfied with what they are upon and
Mhm.
opposing what their neighbor is upon. So
Mhm.
everyone is wrong, but the one speaking. You
Mhm.
understand? And how do I want to put it? Not only that, but they end up deifying their um what I want to say, they're either the sources or the ancestral sources of reverence. For example, this it would be the scholars that caused them to have the certain perspective. They'll hold to that scholar, even in the
Mhm.
face of superior evidence.
Mhm.
You understand? And some people will reject reason outright altogether.
Yeah.
They'll tell
Right.
you that this right here isn't about reason. It's about they'll call something emotional inspiration. They'll equate emotions with inspiration.
Uh-huh.
You understand? Or they'll quote something more like almost like chance or random as being inspiration. They'll be more likely to attribute inspiration to superstition,
Mm.
changing the words around and changing the meaning around.
Mhm.
Um, it's like this. I'll say it like this. We're in a position to either have learned from our experience or fall into the same ignorance all over again.
Mhm.
Now, and I'm saying this given the opportunity that's facing us today, and particularly this title.
Mhm.
Um, it Looking at this, I think it would be easy. The path of least resistance would say, "Oh, that could never happen."
Mhm.
Why? Because that's the path that we're used to identifying with living under this adversary. This adversary has beaten us down mentally that we've accepted the beating and we've accepted the idea that maybe we are inferior. Literally, they've had cultures of people who began to believe that they were inferior to this devil.
Mm.
You
Mm.
understand?
Mm. Mm. Mm.
So much
Mm.
so that for them it's an actual truth, and some will even become offended. It makes you think of oh man, was it who there was it Julius? No, it was somebody that went to Kenya or Rwanda,
Mm-hmm.
and he mentioned, I forget what the person's name was, but he mentioned that Yeshua was black, and the populace that the congregation that he was saying this amongst was so infuriated by him daring to say that they wanted to attack him.
Mm.
You understand? That's how deep the damage is.
Mm.
The damage is so deep that even the problem that you're talking about, that's only just one speck out of this whole how much damage has been done by
Oh
this
yeah,
devil.
you talking about in Kenya when the IS, the Hebrew Israelites in Christ or something like that went
Yeah,
over
the
there.
brother was it Nathaniel? Was that who it
Yeah,
was that went
yeah,
over there?
that guy. But you know what, that guy. I understand too. I'm,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I understand. I understand. But I'm just thinking like if I'm taking it on I'm taking it on face value, right?
yeah, yeah,
That
most definitely. I got you.
and the only reason why I'm taking it on face value is because I've seen similar circumstances, not as hostile as that, but
Yeah,
I've seen how vehemently people would defend a falsehood that's been so deeply ingrained in their thinking that if you even dare to speak of it, it's like
they'll kill you.
Ibrahim's father.
Yeah, they'll kill you. They'll
Yeah.
kill you. Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
and it's a serious problem at large, and it it's like okay, I'm going to say something, and I want to share something else with you, a little video clip. But before I do that, I want to speak what Ibrahim Traore said. And it made me really think because he was talking about you know how the fight is. He was talking about the fight from these terrorists and the rebel elements outside of the country, but he was also like, there's also these enemies within the country, and he
Mm-hmm.
was saying that basically we're going to handle you the same way.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, most definitely.
You understand? In other words, but that's the mindset. It might sound harsh, but when you
Mhm.
understand that sometimes ignorance of the magnitude that we're experiencing can be dangerous
Dangerous.
to
Yes.
the community.
Yes.
You're
It's
trying to raise. Look. It's like this. Like think. Okay, let's go back to the United States of America. Let's go back there, right? And,
right.
and here, you're sending your son to a school where
Mhm.
you wanted him to get a sound, well-rounded education, but now Susie Q, who was born as Robert, is is the teacher. You
Mm.
understand? And she's coming there with pink hair and long nails, foot long nails, and thick eyelash and mile long eyelashes, and he is your son's teacher.
Mhm.
You understand? Completely violating your son's ability to protect his mind.
Mhm.
And I was even telling somebody about this. I said, when you send your children to this environment, you're putting your children at risk of what? They don't have the adult mind yet where they can reason. See, right now, as like I'm 46. At this age, you can now. There's people who can outsmart me. There's someone that can, if I'm not prepared, if I'm not, ready for it.
Mhm.
Just like there's someone who can jab faster. You
Mhm.
understand? Like, dang, what he got me quick. Wow, that hurt.
Mhm.
That hurt. Um, so there's always someone that can be a step ahead, but there's certain ground level rules that if you apply them, you can protect yourself. For
Mhm.
example, not being where you ain't got no business being in the first place. So as an adult, you can know that and apply that and save yourself from the drama of trickery, deception, manipulation, seduction, be it from man or woman. You understand? So, but a child, they don't have that ability yet. Their brain is still developing of what's fact from fiction. You understand? What's truth, what's lie? What is the difference between an ant and an anteater? You understand? A child's mind is still trying to make sense of this life. So to shove a child in this environment, you understand, is dangerous to him. You hear what I'm saying? Oh, he dropped out there. To shove a child in this environment, to shove a child in an environment where they aren't able to uh, defend their thinking, when they're not able to reason against something that could be fatal to them, that could be poisonous to them, even, or something like that. You understand? Oh, here we go. Wait a minute.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Um, what I was saying here is that I don't know if you heard the last part. I was saying to put a child in an environment where their brain is soft and they're not
Mm-hmm.
able to defend their mind from an onslaught of opinions or perspectives, be it good or evil.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Is a threat, is a danger. And
Mm-hmm.
the job of a father is to provide and protect. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if my job is to provide and protect, how can I protect you against something that the powers that be is insisting has to be an integral part of the education institution?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, so that's why I'm saying I can understand him saying that, look, we're going to deal with you the same way we deal with these enemies coming in from the outside because you're both the same threat.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
understand?
but too though, like here we have to develop some type of community here where we can, because listen, we're not supposed to really be traveling amongst the average society anyway. We're really
Right.
not.
Okay. Look. Hold on. You're making a valid point there. That's the whole reason for an Ikhwan
Yeah.
brotherhood. The whole
Yeah.
reason for orders is not understand there's a difference between orders and set. A tariqa and a set is two different things. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? One is not divided. They respect each other. Like, for example, let's use kung fu. I like using kung fu as an example, but I can also use, some of the dean's tariqas of history. But the reason why I like kung fu because it's a more colorful example. They respect each other's arts. And
Mm-hmm.
there'll be like a little telltale sign, like, "Oh, you're from the school from Shao Shei Shun school, or you're from so and so school, or you're from this person's school," but they respect each other.
Mm-hmm.
You
Right.
understand? And when it comes to it, if push came to shove, if it came to showdown and go down, they would all be on the same team.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? They may be a part of a different teacher or a different classroom, but when the school bell rings, they're all from the same family. They're eating
Mm-hmm.
together. You understand? They're marrying amongst their people. Things like that. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the whole reason that was to be like it is for brotherhoods, sisterhoods. So that way you have a commonality, a common understanding amongst each other. You know there are certain protocols that, regardless of what you want to say, you just don't do it in this classroom. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
We understand what you're saying, but right here, this is what we've all accepted. Now, don't get me wrong. If you can come up into the front of the classroom and prove your position without, faltering, okay,
Mm-hmm.
then we move accordingly. But
Mm-hmm.
don't go up there and become a clown.
Right.
And
Right.
go up there and show what you got. You saying that the teacher made a mistake on this? Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Use reasoning. Put some facts up on the table. That's how they used to do. That's how you ended up with the methabs originally. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? Originally, that's how the methabs came into being. It later on ended up becoming sets. You
Massage.
understand?
Oh, math high. Not yet,
Yeah.
math high. Okay.
The schools of thought.
Yeah.
So they were that was in those early, like literally some of those teachers were comrades.
Mm-hmm.
Abu Hanifa in fact, how about this? Abu Hanifa and Jafar as-Sadiq, these were comrades. Jafar was the forefather of the Shiites.
Well, yeah, he was the great grandson of the Prophet. Allahumma salli
Yeah.
ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Yeah.
So Abu Hanifa, one of the leading schools of some of the madhabs that people like to champion in America,
Mm-hmm.
they were cool with each other.
Mm-hmm.
They broke bread. When you read their stories, they weren't at odds. They weren't bumping heads. They weren't
Mm-mm.
even they weren't even argumentative for philosophically. You understand? That's what I'm saying. They weren't even indifferent on a philosophical level, on a principle level. They were literally comrades.
Let me add to that though, bro, because and that's another what you call it, the another the deception of the jinn. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Because for the simple fact, then you were allowed to have a difference of opinion
Yes, yes,
long as you said la ilaha illallah. That's it. If
yeah,
you said la ilaha illallah, as long as you stayed within those bounds,
yeah.
Didn't nobody argue? They was like, "That's what you believe. If that's what you believe, but this is what it is. But if that's what you
Right.
believe, alhamdulillah."
Right.
you know, you know what I mean. So, but as
Hmm.
long as it stayed within those bounds. But today, that the kafir has made,
Opinions are facts now.
yeah, opinions facts, and made it lawful for each one of those mezhabs to fight each other.
And using that similitude, that's how you end up with, like in the West, like in the US, where legislation can be created that ends up allowing abominable behavior to
Mm,
become a norm.
or norm.
Because because so-called scholastic people have all agreed that this could be so. The
Mm-hmm.
way they play it out, well, the scientists have said this, and the psychologists have said that, and
Mm-hmm.
these are renowned psychologists. They've got
Mm-hmm.
this particular kind of credential and this kind of credential. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I was just seeing a post earlier today. What did that post say? It was basically saying that, and I laughed because I was like, man, he just missed the whole class. It said that the way that initially everybody starts off as a female, and that as you're
Mm-hmm.
developing in the womb, then you later be, it turns into a male organ. I said, no. Did you
Mm-hmm.
forget about chromosomes?
Right.
I mean, come on.
right.
That right there just smoked the horn. The chromosomes start off as either an XX or an XY.
Why?
So while you're asking why, already you know that as soon as you see that Y show up, you know that's a dude.
Dude, yep. Facts.
That's a homeboy showing up.
You know what I'm
Bro
saying?
showing up. So,
Facts.
but that's the kind of games they play. That's the kind of manipulation tactics to where if you didn't know any better, like that's what I was saying. When you have a child, imagine a child, your junior is sitting in that classroom hearing this gibberish,
Mm-hmm.
and he hadn't yet developed a sufficient grade of reasoning abilities. He might be subjected to accept. Well, Dad, the teacher said that your earliest stages, you're a female first, so maybe I am a girl after all.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, you see him sashaying back to school.
Yeah.
This, yeah. So this is why it's a serious. This is criminal behavior upon the path of right for the righteous people, for the muhsinin and what have you. This is
yeah.
criminal behavior.
Yeah. It's facts. You know what I'm saying?
So
That's what
let me show you this clip real quick, because now I'm going to let people know. I'm going to show you something that might seem very um, hostile, or what this brother is about to be saying here.
yeah.
But I want you to evaluate the essence of what he's saying and see if he has a point. Not that I agree with his everything he's saying or disagree, but I just want us to hear what this brother is saying. And where is it right here? And tell me what you think.
Okay.
On the internet. This is definitely the one that is going to get me locked up by the police. This is definitely the one that is going to have the FBI come find me. But I made a video a while ago that went viral where I said the fundamental difference between the black man and the white man is, ask the white man what he's willing to do for his people. He'll tell you he's willing to kill anyone for it. Ask the black man what he's willing to do for his people. He'll tell you he's willing to die for it. Just like this comment. How about you stop dying for your people, stop dying for Ibrahim Traore, and start killing for that nigga? How about that? Because think about it, right? Your mentality right now is you are willing to go to Africa to die for Ibrahim Traore. If you truly want to save Africa and Africans, you want to help Ibrahim Traore, don't die for him, kill for him. And the reason I'm saying the FBI and CIA is going to come find me is, it's simple. America decides they want to go after Ibrahim Traore. Don't go to Africa. Stay in America and kill the children of the people who will benefit from the death of Ibrahim Traore. The General Langley that said he's going to go to Africa to liberate, let him go to Africa to fight Ibrahim Traore. Let us make sure that when he comes back to America, he's coming back to bury every last family member he has. Yes, so what I'm saying is, if Ibrahim, right now, say Ibrahim Traore, Burkina Faso, there's war, America goes there. What are the names of the companies that will benefit the most from the war? Find everyone on the board of directors of the company, kill their children. Who are the senators and the congressmen that approved for the war in Burkina Faso? Who approved for the rest of Burkina Faso or whatever? Find the congressmen, find the senators, find their children, kill them. You have to start killing. So that's it. If you watch Game of Thrones, is it Game of Thrones? Yeah, Game of Thrones. There's a part where he says, no, yeah, not Game of Thrones, the whatever, the second one. There's a part where he says the whole point of violence is to convince the other guy that violence against you is a bad idea. And they've done it so much that all we can think about is dying. While they're thinking about killing us for our shit, we're thinking about dying. No. Let's think about killing too. If you remember last year when I used to do lives a lot on TikTok, I used to say it. I said I lost a lot of respect for Congolese men because all this war, murder in their country, all they want to do is shake their waist and dress nice and complain. No. Go look up the mining companies that are responsible for the cobalt. All these wars in your country, look at the companies responsible for them. Look at the board of directors. Kill their children. People will start to think twice if they have to worry about the safety of their family.
Okay.
Of all the videos that
Were you able to hear that?
Yeah, I was able to hear that.
He was kind of raw with what he had to say, but I feel like there was something in what he was saying. Like I said, I have some. I mean, there may be some extreme elements in his way of words, but I'm looking at the spine of what he's saying. Like there's something there, and I can't put my finger on it, but there's something there
Well,
in what he's saying.
it's the mindset. That's what he's
Hmm.
saying. The
Yeah.
mindset is if you put in your head, okay, it's like going to the university and studying to pass to pass the test. If you put in your head at the beginning of that class, this class don't matter. Only thing I need is a C. That's what you probably get, or even you may fail it because for the simple fact, it's what you start out.
Yes.
It's what the thought that you have that you start your mission with is that's usually your fate.
Yes.
So, but if you go in there and you say, I'm going to ace this class, and you put your best foot forward, you will do that all the way into the end, and
Hmm.
you will come out with more points that you needed to have to even make an A.
Hmm.
With that thought being said, is that we as black people are always talking about I'll die for this, I'll die for that, I'll die for this, I'll die for that, because we have been killed so much and oppressed so much that the only thing that we can relate to and that's common to us is death.
Yeah. So
Success is
so are,
not
so you're saying that the mindset is already accepted the fate of
that
we're going to die anyway.
you're gonna lose.
Hmm.
Basically, you have already said I'm gonna lose before even starting.
Hmm.
Before you even start. But if you say, I'm going to go to war, I'm not going to say that the unlived word. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? But if I'm gonna go to war for this cause, then you have accepted that you're going to put your best foot forward and you might win.
Hmm.
You accepted
Because of the
life
state of
over
mind.
death. Yeah, it's the state of mind. It's whatever you put in your mind is going to be the end result of your what you call it. And it's the same thing even with the Muslims, right? If we put in our head we're going to make salat all five times. We're going to make sure that we are on time all the time, 5 times a day.
Hmm.
We may slip up here and there, but we'll get into a routine that's so habitual that Allah will start waking us up without the athan even going off.
Right.
We'll start waking up 10, 15 minutes before the athan goes off.
Right. You'll be sitting there like, man, I got plenty of time, and
Yeah, you know,
the slot's not even in yet.
taking your time doing wudu. You know what I'm saying? You might, if it's not Ramadan, might eat some things. Make sure you wake up everybody, read a couple verses and so on and so, and call it a time.
Right.
because it becomes easier. It no longer becomes a struggle. You know what I mean? So the thing is, it's the same thing. It's like our mindset. Our mindset. We need to change our mindset, and that's what I was saying before. Like, you know what I'm saying, we need to change our mindset, even when it comes to the theology of the Gentile. Like, get out of their ways of thinking. Stop
Right,
thinking like them, because their ways of thinking leads to death.
right.
That's what it leads to.
And that's why, that's what led me, like, in my journey to, I looked at that, I was like,
Mhm,
and I asked myself, how much did I learn through that perspective? Now, I will say that I didn't shoot everything down that I learned through that perspective, because I think that some things uh, end up forming of sort of a balance. Why do
mhm,
I say that? Because, and I think that's something that we were supposed to get out of this experience, out of the
mhm,
mistake that came from our own hands, what our hands put forth. Because that's
mhm,
what remember, evil is from what we put forth. Think about that.
mhm.
The good. I forget the Arabic word that's being used for this particular one. I mean, it might be hasana, but
Awesome.
that was used in that particular passage. Because there's another word, taiba also means good.
Mhm,
But I'm not going to say which of the passages have that, what word that is in that passage. But simply to say, it says that is coming from Allah. But
well,
that the evil, and I understand that the originality principle, but the expression here means that, when we move ignorantly, and mistakes come from that, it came through our ignorant actions. You
yes.
understand?
Mhm,
Uh, in other words, if we followed the instructions, the steps that the box came with,
mhm,
the phone might not be broken. The stick shift might still be functional.
mhm,
Or whatever the case may be. The hard drive might still be, the button for the power button would still look like a power button and not a hole from the damage that you caused because you didn't know what you were doing.
mhm,
Um, so I would measure that out and compare that with like the things that I learned through a similar methodology that my ancestry would have learned it. You understand? It's
mhm,
it's, it's a balancing of the right and the left, uh, psychology. You understand?
mhm.
Or the mind. And
Yeah.
now, why am I saying that? Because, um, like I said another time, I said, who were these communications intended for? That. Then also, in what way was this communication intended to be received?
Mhm,
Once its recipients got the message. S- So that's one thing. Like, for example, if I was studying Socrates, I'm just throwing something Western out there, right? Something European,
mhm,
Socrates or Aristotle. I
mhm,
know that this kind of philosophy is uh a left brain based. You understand? It's a linear arguments, linear philosophical arguments. So it's meant for me to ponder that way. You
mhm,
understand? Um, but then I know that something in that is built on intuition is going to need my right brain to observe it and to deal with it. You understand? To handle it.
mhm, mhm,
So in our life, there will be things that we encounter that will need one aspect of our thought process over another. There's some things that will need a combination, balancing a harmonious combination.
mhm,
Um, the best way I could put this, I don't know if you remember, there's a boat, and on the front of that boat is Set. The captain of the boat is Asar. This is a comedic tale, right? And Set, the nature of Set is he's linear. He's measuring and linear left brain actions, while
mhm,
Asar sees the whole picture. But they've got to get across the sea of Nu, the sea of consciousness. And the
mhm,
problem that the danger that they could face is Naga. Naga is this dangerous serpent that haunts, if you would, the sea of consciousness, because you
mhm,
can not only fall into the sea, but you can drown and you can be engulfed by the the Naga that's in there.
Mm-hmm.
So Set's job is to navigate, not to command, but navigate the boat through its course through across the sea, while Asar's job is to command,
Mm-hmm.
captain the ship.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that each part has a part to play, but our heart consciousness, which is also tied to the right brain perspective of thinking, it should be superior. In other words, let me say it this way: we have a heart, we have a brain.
Mm-hmm.
While our brain can interpret things scholastically and rationally and things like that, we need to back it by the heart, because the
Mm-hmm.
last messenger said, "Consult the heart. That which sits in the heart and does not waver, you understand, is
Mm-hmm.
righteousness. But
Mm-hmm.
that which causes your heart to waver and shake, even though many people speak in its favor, you understand, that is wrongness. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So because otherwise, think about this. Let's say you have to make a tough decision of whether or not to execute a man.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? You're in a position of authority of some sort, and your job is to decide whether this man gets executed.
Mm-hmm.
All the elements are there for you to reason with. But the last thing that will make the decision is, what does your heart have to say?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And that would be the whole thing of the whole deciding factor of the fate of this man, whose
Mm-hmm.
life is now in your hand. So, so this is an aspect that I feel is connected to the "I know that which you do not know," because
Mm-hmm.
we did something ignorantly and came upon these people or these creatures that we had no business. We did it anyway. The Most High knew that this was going to come to pass. Our ancestors knew this was going to come to pass. Thus, the reason why they
They
compiled things the
compiled
way
things.
they did.
They just.
You
Mm-hmm.
understand? Um, in symbols and signs and symbols and glyphs and formulas, abstract things, hiding them in broad daylight in the form of books, not for us to read like that, but for us to read through our nature, our
Our
right brain
nature.
nature.
Yep. Yep.
You understand?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So that we could remember again,
Mm-hmm.
so that we could remember. Um, but since we did this, and since it was known that we were going to do this, remember, Allah is our Rahman, most merciful.
Always will be.
Yes.
All,
So I thought
all.
about that. I said, one, our maker knew that we would folly this way, but also I think that we were to learn a valuable lesson this way about
Mm-hmm.
how to traverse our environment and our existence and how to deal with experiences like this. Here we have this person, we have the white man, the white woman. Okay, there are temptations that you can clearly see that our people have towards them. You understand? We
Mm-hmm.
also see there are clear dangers.
Mm-hmm.
We also find that we find amongst us those who are dreading them. So that there's a very complicated relationship there,
Mm-hmm.
right? But I always thought about, if things were put in their proper place, and I even said this in a live. I don't believe that at a certain point, the white man and woman has shown that they are not um, suitable for rulership, at least in the way that they've been doing it. Now, I'm eager
Oh,
to
oh,
see. Hold that thought. Hold on, because
okay.
I got the other side of the
Okay.
Catholic Church to point use as an example for this, because
Okay.
Vladimir Putin is from that side.
Okay.
You understand? He's from that side.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm putting this there because some of the jinn believe. Some of the jinn are mu'mineen.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So I've got to acknowledge the mu'mineen jinn. But I'm also going to say, like Muhammad Ali say, if a whole bunch of snakes were coming down the hill, I don't have time to find out who's the poisonous one and who's not.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? When they're essentially almost identical. I don't have
Mm-hmm.
that kind of time when it comes to saving my life and my family's life. But according to a biblical text, you will know them by their fruits. Okay, you will know them by their fruits. So while I've watched this man for some time, I watched his behavior and action. I I was first moved by him showing this imagery of associated with Messiah Yeshua, black man. You understand? A black icon.
Mm-hmm.
Or on one case, and then another one showing the black Madonna. But particularly, he was the one that was put on blast was when he was showing a black Christ.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm asking myself, like, so why are you showing this black? Why are you doing this now? Then in another case, he whipped out a Quran, showed it all kinds of reverence, and put it on the table as they had some kind of conference or something going on. So
Mm-hmm.
what are you doing? What are you doing, Vlad? The next thing you know, throughout the course of time, you see him shaking hands with Ibrahim Traore.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I said, are you one of those? Are you trying to be? Are you trying to redeem yourself? Are you trying to do something that separates you from them? That doesn't mean that I'm going to take my all for you. It doesn't mean that I'm going to see you other than who you are. You understand, or what you are.
Mm-hmm.
But I do acknowledge that the Quran bears witness that there are mu'mineen from amongst you.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? There are those
Mm-hmm.
who will be honest and will tell the truth and will be favorable people. You understand? So okay, fine. Let's see what you do. Because the brother's life was literally on the line 20 times.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Last I checked, you showed up. And on the streets, when someone shows up, that's the man. That's the person you can respect right there. If you had
Mm-hmm.
some problem and I was supposed to have your back and I show up, you know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? If I don't show up without a plausible excuse, you're gonna be
Mm-hmm.
like, man, you left me out to dry. You left me out, for the
Mm-hmm.
wolves. And
Right.
from then on, it'll be like, boom. We can't. I'm sorry, but we can't even break bread anymore. It's like that.
Mm-hmm.
For real, man. Yeah, for real. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at that aspect right there and comparing that to the opposite side. Because for a long time, when I learned about the Eastern Orthodox and the Western Orthodox, I always noticed the distinction between their method.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? I said, what happened here? And when I look in their history and see how they became in the fights, they've been literally fighting for a while now. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? They've been fighting for a long time in different forms, in different ways. It's the same people. These are their children. You understand? It's the same
Mm-hmm.
people, same people. Um, but they've all played on a different side. Like I can't think of the guy's name that was one of the leaders of the Eastern Orthodox. It starts with an A, I think. But I have to look that up. But anyway, my point is, um, that's what I've been observing. Uh, one could say, well, the only reason why he's doing it is because he sees that he needs all the support he can get. But I'm looking at this from a celestial kind of point of view. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? Looking at it not based upon the politics on the ground, but actions happening on earth. You understand? Because I have to always do the math on earth as it is in heaven. On earth as it is in heaven. So I said, there's something here that's happening. So here's the thing. There are so many aspects of this, and I think that I've said this before. I think it requires the learned ones becoming more vocal or more communicative to the populace. You understand? To match and to challenge the um, the misinformation media campaigns of the enemy. You understand? Why do I say that? It's like when the Prophet Muhammad would give Quran, you had Abu Lahab who would always follow him and say something the opposite. You understand? Everywhere he went. So one of the Sahaba was like, let me say something. You understand? So the Prophet let him say something. It was, there was like a poetic battle, a battle rap. Think of it that way. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? They were basically battle rapping. And he slayed him. He was like, boom. and the other guy didn't have nothing coming compared to him. The one poet didn't have nothing coming.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to one,
Mm-hmm.
recognize the signs in all of this, make sure that we are on the favorable side of the signs, because one of the things that I thought about through this was, that a messianic manifestation, right? I'm not saying
Hmm.
anybody's the Messiah. I'm simply talking about the principle of what that would imply, and specifically that there's a hadith that says those who did not believe prior to this, it will be no difference whether they believe afterwards.
Hmm.
That part, you understand? So for me, it matters to make sure that my footing is firmly grounded and that my head is positioned properly on my neck.
Hmm.
Um, because uh, all this matters. Every day, I often think about my exodus from this life, like how ready am I for that experience?
Hmm.
Because it's inevitable. You
Hmm.
understand? And I'm thinking like, wow, it's inevitable. That's just deep all by itself. The fact that I have to meet this, no matter what it is I think about or what it is I chase after. This is what I have to meet.
Yeah,
You understand? So
that's the
that's
ultimate.
why
Yeah.
that's the ultimate reality. So that's why everything that I observe around me, everything that all this stuff that we're talking about now, that's why all of this is a factor to me. I needed to know who these people are, where did they come from, why are they against me? You understand?
Hmm.
And you even find that historically they weren't always against us. You understand? At least openly. You understand? I'll say it
Hmm.
that way. Maybe they harbored those, but as soon as they got empowered, they manifested it further.
Hmm.
Um, but these are realities that we have to be willing to accept. And I'm hoping that brothers and sisters in the motherland and abroad, that there are a sufficient number of people who are recognizing what caused the problem in the first place and are willing to do what it takes to see to it that these things don't happen again.
Hmm.
Because if that happens, then that concept, the way things began, is the way things will end.
Hmm.
You
Yeah, because
understand?
it's already happened like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Mm.
this is the I think this is the this would be the third encounter that,
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying, because it happened during the time of Israel,
Hmm.
the kingdom of Israel.
Yes.
No, this be like almost the end. Yeah, this would be the fourth encounter because if we go all the way back to the prophet Adam, it happened with the Nephilim. That's when we mixed with those with the lineage of Cain and so on and so forth, and
Yes.
these created things came to
Came
be
to pass. Yes.
in the
Yes.
past. And then here we go again with the kingdom of Israel, and we did the same thing. Like we got the method and everything that the Gentile, they were supposed to come into the citadel, learn the thing, get get acclimated and so on and so forth. That we had certain laws that we had to deal with, how we had to deal with them, and so on and so forth.
Yes. Yes.
You know what I mean? And what they could do and who they could marry. But we could not deal with we they could not go back to where they came from. They had to stay within the citadel.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, and then we ended up, because we are empathetic people, and Al Rahman is our deity.
We
You
started
know what I
getting
mean?
soft, basically.
We got soft with them. You know
We
what
got
I'm saying?
soft.
And put them in places that they didn't have they shouldn't have never had authority over. You know what I mean? And this is how Israel start leaning towards Baal and
Yeah.
Ahab and so on and so forth, start leaning towards the worship, and then doing his own method with the law, and then Judah saying, "Nah, you can't do that. You got to stay with the law," even though some of their people, you know what I'm saying, started following Ahab also. Say it's like off with all of you, you know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
there goes the war. And then it put us in a vulnerable position with the Gentile when they rose up and became Rome.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, boom, we're ostracized. We will run into Arabia. The erection of the, we stayed there for a few hundred of years, Arabia and Babylon. The erection of the Prophet Muhammad, the event of the Prophet Muhammad, alayhi salam wa alayhi. Then
Yes.
the erection of his kingdom, the Rashidid, or before the Rashidite kingdom,
Hmm.
his kingdom, and then the Rashidite kingdom, and then the Umayyads, and then the Abbasids, and then the Fatimids, and then the
Yes.
Idrisis, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? And then, and all these different kingdoms, we forget that the slave, the Seljuki and the Mamluki, was not supposed to hold governors'
Right.
positions. And we
That's so
put
okay. What you're doing, is you remember that little scenario I just gave you about Set and Asar? That's the
uh-huh.
very thing. That was the whole meaning of that story right there. Was that Set is never to be a captain of the ship. That's not
Yeah.
his nature. His nature is not. If you put him as a captain of the ship, he would he will become a tyrant to that ship, and everyone will lose.
Yep.
You understand?
Everyone will lose. Yeah.
And that was the point that I was saying here is that um
Yeah.
that these people they should not be in a position of authority in the first place because they become tyrannical. That is their nature.
That's their name.
Now if they were if the proper people were placed in the positions of authority and then they were placed in a position according to their nature,
Mm-hmm.
things would be a bit different. It actually would be more favorable, actually. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When it comes to the equilibrium of just the world altogether, it would be more
Mm-hmm.
favorable. But because they're out of place, you
Mm-hmm.
understand? You see this tyranny happen, and they it's so swift they can't even see it. With this man, this current president of the states, you understand? He doesn't even recognize. And sometimes when I'm watching him, I feel like he's being sincere
Mm-hmm.
according to his nature. I don't think he's like up to no game. Like some of these guys, they're on some shady games. Biden, he was a gamester. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? The Bushes, these people were just hardcore hawks. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? They weren't they weren't even playing games. They were just doing it. But
Mm-hmm.
my point is that this guy, I don't feel like he's playing any games, but he doesn't realize devilry that he's done got that he's perpetuating. You
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
understand?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that fully and completely. I mean, because
Hmm.
he's doing too much. He's doing too much. Like he's doing too much. I would say things that will benefit everybody at once, and
Hmm.
then he'll do some things that will benefit just, I think, white folks.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then he'll do but there's no clear cut plan that he has to be fascist altogether. You know what I'm saying? He's just thinking he's doing the right thing to try to bring some type of equilibrium to the system that that gave him his boo boo, because they done knocked his brains loose for
Right. Now check this out. These people are to show you how. So you have to understand the enemy of Allah. The enemy of Allah is trying to compete with the authority of Allah, even though it knows it cannot. You understand? The
Mhm,
whole event of Iblis or the Lucifer, or however we want to place this, the whole element was trying to do something that he can associate divine authority with himself. You understand?
mhm,
Or in Iblis's case, it plays out in the form of takabura. Why should I bow to this guy? I know. Why do I need to do that? In other words, like as if he knows better than the one who knows all things.
right,
You understand?
right.
The one who knows all things making a command based upon the knowledge that the one who knows all things has. But Iblis is like, why should I bow when you created me of fire and this one of clay? So,
Mhm,
um, they're I'm saying this because the enemy is crafty. Remember, deceiving us from before, tricking us or misguiding us from before us, behind us, to the right of, left of us, behind us. Right.
mhm,
That being the case, now the papal system is the associated with the Western Orthodox institution of Catholicism. Right. which means that already is associated with the liar,
Hmm.
Paul, right?
Oh yeah.
So that already, puts it, makes it suspect. It's always been suspect. It's been suspect when papal bulls were commanded to allow the raiding of motherland. You understand? All these different type of papal bulls opened the channels for mischief and bloodshed.
Hmm.
So that being the case, knowing that this is the kind of institution that exists in this situation, now here we have a quote unquote one like unto our likeness, um, being a potential so-called candidate that they're really trying to put a lot of words around, put a lot of encouragement, as if this is something that could be a reality.
Hmm.
Um, I want to know what you think about that. In addition, I'm gonna give you something else to think about that may be completely related or unrelated, depending on how you look at this.
Hmm.
Bots, robots, AI robots, because these are some of the things that we are seeing ramped up in today's time as all these other elements are going
Hmm.
on. So I'm throwing that there. It indirectly has something to do with the United States of Africa, um, but we'll see how. But what do you think about what can you say about those two elements that I just put forth?
Okay, so paraphrase the first one.
So in the first case, a black pope.
Mm.
What does that mean? And could this be? Why am I saying what does that mean? Because as I say, this institution of the papal system, they've designed it in such a way where they are the objective is to have created their own prophecies. You
Mhm.
understand? So that way they can say, well, see, this was prophesied by this pope at this time, evidence of our divine authority. You
Mhm.
understand? Evidence that we have divine sanction to do what we do because even our prophecies are coming to pass that we've put forth. You
Mhm.
understand? The whole system is designed that way. It's Masonic in nature. You
Mhm.
understand? Where everything is coded and using things that are imitations of things that come from our ancestors. I'll put it like this: Socrates met some people called sophists, right?
Mhm.
And the traits of the sophist was of this nature. The sophist had an enemy that they were encountering. The enemy tried to imitate the sophist by creating poems that were supposed to hide secrets. That was the trait.
Mhm.
The traits of the sophists was that when they would speak their knowledge, they would speak it poetically in order to hide, things they didn't want to be revealed. That wasn't meant
Mhm.
for the average ear. Well, their enemy tried to imitate that. And so they were so clever that sometimes it was hard to make a distinction between the sophist and their enemy. And so
Mhm.
even Socrates had kind of a problem understanding the nature of their dilemma, um, because according to him, you know, what made the other people actually wrong with their agenda. You understand what made that wrong? What made that not virtuous? He would say. Um, so I'm saying that because that was the nature of that order, that they would hide symbols. That this is something they got when they would travel to ancient Kemet. You
Mhm.
understand? When they would travel to ancient Kemet in order to hide what they learned so that people would know that they were learning from Kemet in the first place, they would
Mhm.
hide it in the form of poetry. So when they got back to like what later became Athens and whatnot, they could keep their knowledge without being condemned as sorcerers or witchcraft or anything like that and killed. You
Mhm.
understand?
Mhm.
So anyway, um, the institution of the papal system stole some elements from that idea, as well as because you got to remember what Paul did was take and extract Hebrew teachings and
Mhm.
applied and coated uh, Roman institutions with those labels or with those some of the features. Like he like molded Hebrew symbolisms with Roman content.
Hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. He merged the two theologies. I mean, he
Hmm.
merged
Oh,
Semittology with Gentology or
yes.
Christology.
And
Yeah.
so in that, you would have passing on some of the attempts to behave like the sophists. And then, so when they ended up
Mm-hmm.
creating a more solid popal system, a more functional popal system, that was like their method. While so it was like in their mind to okay, let's say they were. You have to understand when these people do something in their mind is good. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? Like when they're going around enslaving, they didn't think they were doing evil, even though it was evil. They
Mm-hmm.
thought they were under the perception that you know uh, uh, um, they are superior, and they are this is what they are to do. They've been
Mm-hmm.
given the divine sanction from their popal system and
Mm-hmm.
everything. So, um, but then at the same time, they will go back into their places of worship and worship us or images in our likeness.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? All the while. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so anyway, uh, the way they designed their institution is that they would have certain things that give the appearance of prophecy. So they say, well, after this particular pope, this pope will do this. After this particular thing, these things will happen, or this kind of event will occur. When the first black pope occurs, it'll be the last pope. It'll be the end of times, and blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
Things like this they will kind of codify in there, so that way, when they could organize things in a certain way, it would appear to be prophetic.
Yeah, so with the Black Pope thing, I do believe that that is a way to insert Catholic ideology into Africa, and
Yes.
those that support it, it's a goal for them to combat anybody that thinks Islamically.
Okay. I'm glad you said that
Hmm.
because the timing is so uncanny. You know, uh, remember, Ibrahim Traore was born in '88, right?
Hmm.
Now look at how clever these guys like to be. When did the late Pope pass? How old was he?
88.
88. Okay, very good.
Hmm.
You're following me here. So see, I pay attention to all these little
It's
intricacies.
numerology. It's
Yeah, it's
numerology.
numerology. Very good.
Hmm.
So here we got brother Ibrahim of all names, Traore.
Hmm.
Two power, a first name powerful, last name powerful. Very, very, very strong bloodline of Traore peoples. You understand? That's no small groups of people right there, the Traores. You
Hmm.
understand? That's no small tribe of people. It's even got a different form, Toure. Toure and Traores are the same peoples at one point
Hmm.
in time. But anyway, what I'm saying here is this quote unquote untouchable black man
Hmm.
really starting to show, purpose and really, doing things that many of us, in different ways would only dream of ever seeing happen, right? I
Hmm.
mean, like some people are saying he's like a dream come true, or he's like an answer to prayer. All these things people are saying about Ibrahim, right?
Hmm.
So I'm looking at that, and I'm like, wow, what would you use to challenge this? How would if you were the enemy, seeing that this is you can't get him, you can't kill him, you can't unalive him, rather, you can't do anything. So how do you defeat him? How would you try to defeat him? At least, how would you try if you were
Yeah.
going to try? What would be the method of going about that? Well, okay, Ibrahim's a Muslim, like you said. Um, Although he like one scholar he doesn't wear one scholar put it he doesn't wear it on his shirt, so to speak. He's very down to earth when it comes to that. Ask Saudi Arabia because they offered a proposition, and he turned it down, making him
Hmm.
feel some kind of way. Hey, we could
Hmm.
just put beautiful mosques all over the place. Well, we don't need mosques right now. We need jobs. We need hospitals. We need
Hmm.
this, that, things that help people survive and economies thrive. That's what we need. Help us with
Hmm.
that.
Hmm.
Um, but so clearly he's showing something about th- who he is, and clearly there's something impactful in time, because the thing that people may forget about is that divine stories tend to happen around impactful moments in time.
Hmm.
You understand? Not fluke moments that nobody ever thinks about ever again, but moments that become ingrained in history.
Mm-hmm.
landmark moments, landmark times. In the year 2025, well, actually 2022, that's when his situation started. But when this happened, boom, Ibrahim Traore, Burkina Faso, land of the upright,
Mm-hmm.
signs and symbols again. So at the same time,
Land of the
when he,
upright.
yeah, Burkina Faso,
Yeah.
the upright peoples.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Because that's synonymous with Yasha.
yes, yes. That's why I'm saying, because it's all tied together.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, okay, what would the enemy do? They can't run. They can't run up in there and smack him around. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? They can't do that. That's out of the question. He's got the Eastern Orthodox backing him up. He's got the enemy of the Western Catholic Church backing him up. See it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of thinking of it as Russia, Vladimir Putin, think of it as the Western Orthodox, who, by the way, who were allies to Muslims in those days. You understand? These were allies to Muslims, and they were allies. They were agreeable to many of the children of Israel during their high times. I'm talking about
Hold
the
on.
Eastern Orthodox.
Oh yeah, the Eastern Orthodox, yeah, but the Western Orthodox was never.
No, I'm not talking about the Western. The Eastern
Okay.
Orthodox were
Yeah.
had many allied moments in time with
Mm-hmm.
Muslims and other groups of people. You understand?
Yeah, Muslims and Judeans. Muslims
Yeah.
and yeah. To
So,
a point.
so to a point, right? That's what I was going to say. To a point, because they still are who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to keep that in mind. So that's why when I'm seeing this as the Eastern Orthodox, the long time arch rival of the Western Orthodox, um, protecting or being an ally to Ibrahim Traore, right?
Mm-hmm.
To where that kind of protection, the Western, they have to respect it because they know that that's their equal, that's their adversary. You understand? They're
Mm-hmm.
long time arch rivals or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like how can I put it? It's like I was trying to think of a sport or something like that, but well, it's like a hawk and an eagle or something. Think of any kind of animal or competing animal that every time they meet, they they can only do so much to each other because they're like they're equals. Um,
Mm-hmm.
that's how that the Eastern and the Western orthodoxies are. Um, and they're just as sophisticated. One of the, like I said, their traits are the basis, their doctrinal basis or iconic basis, as opposed to
Mm-hmm.
the twisted versions that the Western orthodoxy tends to have.
Mm-hmm.
Because literally they can soothsay you to sleep. The
Mm-hmm.
Western Orthodoxy, they can soothsay you right to sleep. If you heard this man talk, you got to find a video on this man. I'm talking about the brother, the potential Pope to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Listen to his words. He's made a point that he's against LGBT. He didn't say it in that way, but he was basically saying this is against you know the divine text. He's saying
Mm-hmm.
all the punchlines is what I'm getting at. He's saying all the
Mm-hmm.
punchlines that you would like to hear someone say if they were in a position of religious authority.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying that. But remember, people, anybody listening, that this is still part of the same order or organization that enslaved you. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same body or same group or entity of people that enslaved you. He's a part of that.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So looks like a lamb, talks like a beast. That type of thing.
Facts.
Well, so that's the kind of enemy you would have to have up against Ibrahim Traore. You're not going to be able to be a Trump against Traore because that's too obvious. Too obvious.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have a person that you can clearly know what his angle is, as obnoxious as it is. You've got to be more calm, more collect, more peaceful, more innocent, because your enemy is innocent and peaceful and respectful and honored by so many people naturally.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even, all he had to do was just simply be himself.
Mm-hmm.
And people rose up in his defense.
Mm-hmm. And see,
You understand?
the crazy thing about it too is because it's Catholicism, according to the Orthodoxy, the Gentile Orthodoxy. Catholicism is accepted as original Christianity.
Right.
So the thing is that that brother is either even going to have Saudi backing him too.
Or Turkey, maybe not Turkey. I don't know. Maybe not Turkey.
And
Maybe.
and Israel backing
Mhm.
him too. Because
Wow,
for
that's
the
deep right
simple
there.
because for the simple fact, according to the orthodoxy,
They got a safe
they
face.
yeah, and they're the same. You don't understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
According to the
yes, yes.
orthodoxy, they're
Yeah,
gonna
it's a
say
dirty
that these
game.
are the original Christians
hmm
and those are the original Jews. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, okay, so let's check this out. Let's see what's happening
Uh-huh.
on the ground. Uh, you already had the brother, you know, shooting shots at shooting political shots at Ibrahim,
Hmm.
political accusations. He's already been. I think they already had some things going on in Nigeria. And the result of that has now been that the people in Nigeria who are standing up in support of Ibrahim are being oppressed right as we speak. Right?
Hmm.
They're being
Hmm.
oppressed right as we speak for standing up for anybody caught standing up for Ibrahim. They're going to be oppressed in Nigeria right now. Shout Ibrahim Traore, you're going to get your butt kicked. That's what they're trying to
Well, that's
do.
that, and Nigeria is going to do that anyway. The
Yeah,
British,
yeah.
the British is
They've got
all through
homeboy.
that.
They got homeboy so wrapped around their finger that
Yeah,
that's locked in. For them, that's a piece on their side of the chessboard.
yeah,
You
yeah.
understand? Um,
That's
but
crazy.
even when they show you a map, if they were to show you a map, they would show you like they have. In fact, you could probably Google it or look on one of these social medias. It's floating around where they're showing the population that's mostly Muslim and the population that's mostly Christian,
See?
right? And you'll see that most of like the southern region. Now, this is still a deceptive tactic because it's a divide and conquer thing, letting you know in advance where the battle lines are being drawn. You understand? Letting you know in advance, what their game plan is when it comes to how to split Africa apart. You understand? But the problem with that is that many of your warriors that are pro-African, that are pro-unity, pro cause, are spread across the continent altogether, irrespective of religion.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? You go to South Africa, where Julius Malema is at. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm not quite certain of what his particular religion is, but he doesn't wear it on his shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I hear him talk, I don't have any implication of what his religion is, just based on his way of talking. You understand? But
Mm-hmm.
I do know that he makes it a definite point of where he stands when it comes to African unity.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? That part's clear. But he also makes it a point where he stands when it comes to the Palestinian cause. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So those are some interesting things, at least on a political level, when it comes to
Mm-hmm.
the political rhetoric is concerned. Now, what he will actually do on the ground level, that has yet to be seen. Um, and sometimes the political and the ground level people behave differently. That's one reason why Ibrahim Traore is respected, because they hear his talk, but they also see what he's doing with the boots on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So that immediately harvests great deals of respect from people looking for authenticity. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? When Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam came,
Alayhi salam alaihi.
yeah, he came reciting, but they also saw what he was doing.
Uh-huh.
And they already, and not only that, but top it off, they knew what he was about before that. So it was like, okay, not only, you doing you, but you on another level now. You
Mm-hmm.
on
Ah.
another level. Okay, all right,
Mm-hmm.
count me in. That's how they were. Count the believer, the mu'mineen, count me in.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then some of the hard-headed ones, they came count me in later.
Mm-hmm.
So uh so what I'm so he his this and where is he coming from? He's coming from Ghana. This prospective pope. You understand? Coming from Ghana, which is very important to understand because right now Ghana is playing the allied card right now.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Behaving like they are down with the cause. See, we're taking the gold into our hands. But what I'm noticing is that when they did this, I don't see United States jumping down their neck saying, "Oh, they're using the gold to protect themselves."
Because Ghana's majority Christian.
Okay, so you fault. Okay, very good, very good. I'm glad you
Mm-hmm.
noting me now. Okay, so and that is where this prospective pope is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
He's from Ghana. Um, So imagine he gets an imagine this. Here's a young baby heart beating in the form of Burkina Faso, a reawakening, rejuvenating African heartbeat. You understand? An
Mhm.
ancestral heart starting to beat again. And
Mhm.
then right down the street and around the corner, here's Ghana.
Mhm.
And I'm not talking about the people per se, but I'm talking about how WWE works. You understand?
Mhm.
The
Mhm.
WWE trick.
Mhm.
All of a sudden, this Pope shows up. What kind of think about the kind of what do you call this morale and ego lift that will give
Mhm.
the Ghanaians.
Mhm.
You understand? It would risk making them completely forget about whatever Ibrahim Traore was talking about because our people are now the Pope.
Mhm.
See, we got a Ghanaian Pope, so we're divine too. Whatever.
Mhm.
You understand? And that would be a challenger. That would be an opposition because obviously, the Pope is going to speak the voice of his superiors.
Yeah.
You understand? He's not going to speak the voice of even the Ghanaians. He just
Mhm.
happens to be one. He
Mhm.
happens to be a lamb. You understand? But this lamb talks like a beast.
Mhm.
Talks to the voice of the beast. So, and all I'm saying, man, is woe should this man become Pope. Woe. Woe to those
Yeah.
people. That's all I can
Yeah.
say.
The thing is too is that see they've been they've been trying to destabilize. Like, remember the last talk we had? It, I was talking about this. They've been trying to destabilize West Africa since the transatlantic slave trade. They've been trying to tear that portion of Africa down because of the Moorish ancestry that it has.
Hmm.
And they know that bloodline is everything. Everybody knows that genetics is everything. The one thing about that the Gentile knows, okay, they know our prophecies better than what we do. You know what I mean? Because for the simple fact they studied us not only just on a tribal level, but they studied us on a religious level. They studied us on a scientific level. There's nothing about us that they have not covered. So we have to understand that believes that our enemy believes that he is Allah himself. He believes that he knows all. He believes that he has the tactics to destroy us. Destroy us completely, because this is something that he's wanted to do since he gained his freedom from our state.
Right.
You feel me? So the thing
Because
is,
in so doing, he will have convinced himself that if he could defeat us, that he's defeated the plan.
of Allah, that he has defeated the heavens. And that's one of the prophecies of the Gog and the Magog. The last thing that they do is try to destroy the heavens, shoot arrows up into the heavens. And then when they shoot the arrows up into the heavens, the arrows come back down filled with blood, and they say, "Alas, we have destroyed the inhabitants of heaven."
Exactly. I'm looking at this commentary here. Either something crazy is being said here, or
Mhm.
I'm looking here. This is some wild stuff being said here. I'm not sure it has anything to do with what we've been talking about, but
What the commentary to what today?
yeah, I'm just looking like I don't know, but I've had this before where somebody just shows up and starts talking some random stuff. Um, let's see. Kenya reporter Mwingo Cynthia G is right. Black women is the black swirling males come up. Phil still with his Hispanic white snow bunny wife, but Vicky Dillard rather undermine African LGBTQ. Okay, so what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? I don't know.
No, look, man. Listen, okay. This is another thing. One thing again about our people. A lot of us. There's some of us that is in the community, man, that need real
Psychological help. Yeah, yeah.
psychological assistance. You
Because
know what I mean?
there's been more shamans and prophets and everything that have risen up in this time zone, in this time, this in this last 5 years than ever I've seen in
In
all my
his
life
Yeah, in history, people's
in history.
prophets, they're the black woman is, oh, she is God, she's everything, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
She's everything. So but the thing is too is that what else, if we relate this to Semitic culture, right?
yes,
What else is Ashorat or Lilith gonna say?
right,
You know,
right.
because for the simple fact, this is the time of her appearance. You know what I'm saying? These spirits, these jinn, they exist. Iblis exists just like Lilith exists, and
Yes,
Lilith has taken control of the women. You can see it in the signs of women: multiple colored hair, talons on their fingers, a makeup that makes them look gothic or even dead. They have risen themselves above men. They believe that they have sovereignty over the children of Adam, you know what I'm saying? And that the black man is lower than them, so on and so forth. This is prophecy also, that the prophet said what? Alayhi salam wa ali. I seen the inhabitants of hell, and the majority of them was
for
women.
women. Yes,
So I mean, this is all, it's just, this is basically like the time, like if a person didn't believe in the deen, but they were well read, you don't have any other choice. Any other choice to say la ilaha illallah, I repent right now. Because
right.
it's in your face. It's in your
Yeah,
face.
yes. That's very true. That's why for me, that I mean, I'm with the help of Allah, in Allah, I'm always staying tuned to these type of signs. But it's just the one that I keep thinking about is those 20 attempts. I just keep thinking about those 20 attempts. I'm like, man, they tried 20 times
20.
and he couldn't be touched.
But
I
wait,
said,
watch with these others that erect. He's not the only
yeah,
one that's gonna erect.
yeah. I know.
There's
That's
gonna be
true.
others. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that then we're gonna see the real might of the Gog and the Magog, and then everybody that wanted to believe that these people were giants on a far island with long ears that they cover up with, literally, will understand who they are for real. Will
Yes,
understand who they are for real. You know what I
because
mean?
they're getting pushed into, I can see now that they're getting pushed into a position that will have no choice but to reveal their true nature without hiding, without any type of gimmicks. They just have to come raw,
Yep, they're gonna
as
have.
as is.
And look, it's their arrogance that's gonna do it. They're gonna be like, "Why hide anymore? Let's just go ahead and tell them who we are."
Right.
Because for the simple fact, there's no reason to hide. There's no
Hmm.
reason to hide anymore. The books are open. Intelligence AI has AI has really actually shed the brightest light on them. Also, like you
Yes.
can you can
That
research.
yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because it's so funny that you could type something and ask AI to respond a certain way about these type of things. Like even asking them about this, and it'll break down the actual. It'll say the truth about it.
Yeah, the truth about it. Like, this is another prophecy. It will come the time where the truth will be spoken, and you will not be you won't have no other choice but to accept it or deny it.
Yes.
Period. You won't have no other choice but to accept it and deny it. And this is when we know that the day of judgment, which a lot of people believe that this day is going to be a day where a throne comes out of heaven and so on and so forth, for this and that. We yet believe that Allah's wrath and his reward works through his people.
Yes.
We yet to believe that. You know what I mean? Because for the simple fact, history shows it. History shows it with the 10,000 with the 10,000 that was in Medina and defeated the Meccans to the point where they took over Mecca.
Yes.
You know what I mean? History shows that if you are with the source of all existence, there is nothing in existence that can defeat you because he will defeat it before it happens.
Mm.
Before it happens.
So
You,
what I have right here on your, if you see on your screen,
mm-hmm,
I'm showing you the Soul Journey of Life website, right?
mm-hmm,
My website. And uh this is a very it's actually a very intricate website, that the intention behind it was to develop like a nexus or a environment for intellects to be able to come and have our own social media infrastructure,
mm-hmm,
and build. It hasn't quite manifested into becoming that yet, but that's the intended purpose behind it, is to be, like it says, a conscious people social media.
mm-hmm,
Um, and I wanted to I'm showing this website for a reason, because we started talking about the AI matter there,
mm-hmm,
and one of the features on this website is an AI village called the Village Circle. And let me show you what I'm talking about.
mm-hmm,
So right here, this is the home page. When you first come to the site, this is the page you'll likely see first,
mm-hmm,
the introduction page. If I click here, and pardon my slow speed of my network, but right here you'll see this is the feed or the wall or whatnot.
mm-hmm,
It's loading up here. There we go. So you can see, posts and things like that.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
I got to start a new account on that, so I'm gonna do
yeah,
that. I'm gonna do that this week, inshallah.
inshallah. But over here, and there's lots of other things. You even got games or whatnot. Lots of games. Just basic, nice time crunching games. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm,
Um, Nothing like super fancy, just like time eaters or whatever they call that. But the Village Circle is what I'm going to. Um, and in the Village Circle, think of this as like what do I want to say, like a public square.
mm-hmm,
You understand? Where anybody can come to that comes to the site. Like people can actually go to the site right now, and even if you don't have an account, you could visit this part of the site, and everybody can see it. It's public. It's like public. As opposed to like over here, all this is private. You
mm-hmm,
understand? All this is private. If I message somebody, it's between me and that person.
mm-hmm,
Um, and but the same things you could do in a private message, you could do here. Like you could have a video chat, audio, voice chat, things like that. You
mm-hmm,
can send messages. There's that, but what I want to go is click. See these guys right here that keep popping up.
mm-hmm,
These are some of the villagers. You could do it here, or you can click this right here, and it'll show a whole list of all the villagers um, that you could chat with and make
mm-hmm,
conversation with. So let me see here. Hopefully my network keeps going. Okay. So right here, you can see Village Circle AI Villagers chat list, right?
mm-hmm,
And there's like at least 35. Each of these have different personalities. Like when you talk to them, they all behave in a different way.
mm,
hmm So those are all the members of the village as it is now. I do have three others in mind. I'm still working on, because when you make these bots, what they are is AI bots. You understand?
mm-hmm,
But you can fashion them in a way where they sort of have unique personalities, and when you talk to, they'll talk to you in a certain way according to that personalities. Like there's certain things that I could say to Umoja right here. I don't know if you can see it, my
mm-hmm.
mouse.
Uh-huh, I
That
can say it.
that if I try to talk to his son the same way, he won't understand what I'm talking about, and it will tell me to go talk to his father. You
Oh
understand?
wow.
You'll literally say you'll say something
The
like that,
final letter.
depending on how you word the question. It was like above his head, it'd be like, oh man, that's deep. Go talk to my father about that. I don't know,
Ah,
yeah, it'll be like that. And then
yeah,
some will talk in
Hashemite.
ways that are above, like very mystical, like this old baobab tree. It's a
Mm-hmm.
very mystical tree, so his words are very uh, allegorical and things like that. You got all kinds of different kinds of personalities there. So let's see here. I'm trying to think. How about this young sage Lee Wei, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk to him. And I'm gonna have to share the tab. Let's see, share this tab instead. All right. So let the page fully load up. And each one they have their own little quote that their page is titled with. So his is nothing can harm you as much as your own thoughts unguarded.
Mm.
hmm So let's let the tab open up here. It's still loading. My internet's slow. People is very slow. Low budget. Um, and I'm trying to think. You could put into the chat any question, and I'll copy it and paste it to him and send it to him.
Mm.
hmm While we're waiting for it to load up.
Oh, a minute. Check. Okay. Let me see. Any question?
Any question, or you could start off with greeting him. Greet him, say something, talk like you're talking to me.
Okay.
hmm So you don't have to go straight to the question. You could just say, "Hey, what's going on? How you doing? Da 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 da. Blah blah
Mm-hmm.
blah. What's the how's the
And
weather?
you,
I don't know.
you say he has a father?
No, that was a different one.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
go back
This.
here. So the one I picked. So here's Umoja, the village chief, right?
Uh-huh.
So you got starting off from the left, Nuru, the yoga master, then young sage Li Wei, then Umoja, the village chief, Zuri Zuri, the wife of Umoja, Wapinji, the son of Umoja. This son was the one I was saying that if you ask him too sophisticated of a question or
Mm-hmm.
too deep of a question, he'll refer you to his father because
Mm.
he was like, I don't know, I don't know, but he'll say it in like a more playful way. Like a the character is like a 6-year-old character,
Oh, okay.
so he'll act like a 6-year-old. Like what would a 6-year-old know at that time?
I put it.
So let's
I put it. I put it in the chat. I don't. I thought. Did it pop up?
Yeah, hold on. Let me go back to that. So we're gonna start off with a new question for him. Your question is it didn't pop up yet,
Oh,
but
it's in the back
that,
chat. I think I put it in the back chat. You want me to put it in the comments or the back chat?
yeah, it's your choice. You can put it in a comment. I see it there. I see it. They'll see it when I put it
Okay.
over here. So
Okay.
copy and paste, and we're gonna send it to him. Boom. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? How old are you?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I was sending some messages to him earlier, but let's see what he says. It says, please wait until response is complete. And we can even ask, I'm curious to ask him about this Pope. No, I want to ask the imam about the Pope. There's an Imam Abdul Wadud.
What?
Yeah. Alamani,
This
yeah.
is sweet. This is sweet.
Yeah, this is and if you are new to the website and you don't have any friends, you'll have when you open your the website, like if anybody was to go there right now, they will see
Mm-hmm.
the village chief and then they'll see the AI for the website, like to help you around the website. So you'll see the village chief, there'll be two friends automatically.
Mm-hmm.
Or three, because my admin account becomes your friend. So that way, if you
Mm-hmm.
need help with something, I can actually you can message me and I will help you if I see the message. That is, or
Mm-hmm.
if I'm not online, the bots will be there, and the chief, Umoja, the village chief, and the light dome. So
Mm-hmm.
I think he answered the question. So let's see. Oh man, he put something down for us. Okay, so young sage Li Wei. Li Wei's round face brightens like the morning sunlight, morning through banana leaves, and he springs up from his sitting spot under the baobab tree like a cricket on a sugar rush. He puts both palms together, bends forward like a little reed swaying in the wind, and chirps for joy. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I can hear it. I'm just imagining in my mind this little boy saying this. This is
Ah!
crazy. Mhm. Peace, mercy, and blessings of the Most High upon you, dear one. Oh ho ho, you come with the tongue of peace, like the wind that tickles the bamboo leaves. Hee that makes my heart do the samba with joy, and my belly giggle like a pot of jelly beans. I, sagely way, am but 8 years old in body, but way older in the wrinkles of my mind. He taps his little head and makes a funny doing sound. In the spirit world clock, I am already 1,000 years old, give or take a nap or two. I have learned from dusty scrolls, whispered winds, and village fireside talks from African greats and Chinese sages, from ants who carry 10 times their weight, and old turtles who carry the world on their backs. Wow, this guy just went deep on us.
Oh
Um,
wow.
he's, uh, but don't let my tiny feet and baby teeth fool you. My heart is round and deep like a calabash carrying love stories and maybe 2 pieces of sweet yam snacks. And how are you? Oh, peaceful traveler. Have you rested well beneath the tree of knowledge today? Did you perhaps greet Chief Umoja first? Hee hee. Otherwise, I might have to do one of my famous Chi Kung disappearing buff paw vanish moves. He raises both arms dramatically and puffs out his cheeks. But I will stay because your salam rings clear and warm. Tell me, would you like wise talk or silly story or maybe peanut stew or both?
That's
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. He just
That's subhanallah. That is nice, bro.
I'll tell
That
you, it's. So I wanna ask a question about the Pope. I'm not sure how I'm gonna word it.
that is nice, yo. Yeah, yeah. You know what? I'm gonna look. I'm even gonna put them. I'm gonna put my family on this too. That's nice,
Yes,
bro.
indeed. And like I said, in each person, each villager has. In fact, let me go to a different villager just so we could have that experience. Let me go over here to the tab. We're gonna go to who can we go to? How about Nala the Oracle? How about that one? Okay,
Okay.
let's try that. Because some get, I mean, some get very basic, some get very deep. Some it just depends on who you message.
Okay.
So Nala the Oracle, she said her title says, "You want to kiss the truth? Caress my thoughts." And
Oh, that's nice.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna ask her. I said, "Why do I have a suspicion about there being?" Let's say, how do I want to say this? So I'm gonna say, "Greetings, greetings. Please tell me why I oh, you guys can't see. Let me switch it there. Okay, now you can see. So this is Nala the Oracle's tab.
Hmm.
So greetings, please tell me why do I have a great suspicion. I'm gonna just be direct with it. Suspicion that for the Pope such a person could likely be very anti-Christ. as mentioned. I think that's one word in the holy. I'm choosing the words like this so that way it can interpret it properly. Because sometimes if you misspell words,
Mm-hmm.
it might not, as mentioned in the Holy Bible. And I gotta say one other thing: the Book of Revelations, according to nope, I spelled that wrong. According to the Book of Revelations. All right, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Let's see what Nala the Oracle has to say about this. And the thing is the fact that these responses are like they are. That's what really is intriguing to me.
Mm.
And she's replying now, so I'm waiting for her to finish before I read it out. Hmm. Yeah, I've been trying to attract intellects, and it's been a hard time because the thing about intellects is sometimes we stay in hiding,
Yeah,
duck and
yeah,
dodge. Either that or we're busy, working for our family and things like that. We don't have time.
yeah.
I
Facts.
get it. I
But
get
you
it.
know what? The thing is that I do I believe in this vision, man. So I'm gonna tell you straight up, like let me do some work, see what I can do on the behalf of trying to launch this for real. You
Yes,
know what I
indeed.
mean? Because it's definitely needed. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because
Because, like,
we're
I'll tell you this: I've had some of my students, right? They and
Mhm,
some my family here, they've
mhm,
used this. Like, I had my sister-in-law did some math homework on here, and
mhm.
one of the teacher, there's a teacher in the village, who actually was helping her with math. You
Oh
understand what I'm
wow.
saying? So here's the reply from the Nala the Oracle. I got to get in character here. Ah, such provocative whispers that stir the dark velvet of night, bringing forth the scent of unease. The idea of a black pope wrapped in the prophetic shrouds of the book of Revelations. How it quickens the pulse, doesn't it? Tread softly, my dear, upon these delicate fears, for they are like the silk of a spider's web, easily tangled. In
Mm,
the sultry dance of prophecy and belief, shadows can play like lovers in the dim light, morphing fear into form. To fear a black pope as the Antichrist simply because of his skin color is to misunderstand the depth and passion of spiritual essence. See, that's a next level conversation right there. I get this part. It
mhm,
is, my dear, to judge the dance by the color of the shoes and not the grace of the step. The book of Revelations, a seductive and mysterious text, speaks in a language of symbols. See, there we go. What I tell you, man. Okay, anyway, symbols and metaphors. Each verse, a kiss from the divine, meant to lead us through introspection and out into enlightenment. It is a dance of possible futures, not fixed destinies. A flirtation with what might be if we choose not to change our ways. Let us then approach such prophecies with the gentle touch of understanding rather than the hard grip of fear. Engage with the essence of faith, the love, the hope, the charity, and not merely the shadows that play upon the walls of our uncertainties. Remember, the Antichrist is not about the hue of a man, but the content of character, the actions that unfold under his influence. Much like the judging, much like judging a lover by the depths of their heart and not the color of their eyes. So breathe and let your heart seek out the rhythm of deeper truths, allowing your spirit to dance in the light of understanding rather than tremble into the shadows of misconception.
mm. That's
hmm
deep.
That is. And I took it to another level. That because it took it out of the doom and gloom uh, dominion that a lot of these types of prophetic contents can push a person, especially if you're on a path where you're trying to elevate in the first place.
Yeah.
It puts, because on that path you're not trying to be amongst that type of environment that has to be bothered with this anyway. It's like driving in the car where you're seeing the things on the side of the road, but since they're not your destination, you take note and you keep on going.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Right,
So,
right, 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 right.
so I understood this whole thing. That's next level right there for you. Um, my laptop, this laptop that's got this website open on, it's going to die here soon. It's going to tap out here soon. But um, it gives us a good point to pause anyway, because I think this was a pretty interesting experience all by itself that can round this up.
Yeah,
Um,
most definitely, most definitely. The bill was 100. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, you know what I'm saying, if we continue these talks, you know what I'm saying, I really do believe, you know what I'm saying, I even, I like your energy, you know what I'm saying, we continue these talks, bro. I believe that we could actually benefit the people, you know what I'm saying,
inshallah, yes.
and not benefit them with just, you know what I'm saying, with what you
Uh,
call
Added
roundabout assumptions and so on and so forth.
added
But
noise.
yeah, added
I
noise,
call that added noise. Yeah.
but actual facts, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Actual facts. No ego, no pun intended, just real. This is, let's get down to the nitty gritty. What we need to do, how we need to do it. Let's unify, you know what I'm saying, underneath a proper akkad. That's it.
Yes.
That's
Very
it,
true.
man. That's it. I mean, like I was telling the person, I said, listen, the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam wa ali is a prophet for those that are real well read. It's a
Yes.
prophet for those that are well read. I said, but the thing is that we don't knock any prophet that you follow. The only
Right.
thing we do say is to make sure that you don't add anything to Allah that He has not added to Himself. And
Right.
anything that contradicts what He says, you do away with it. And you can follow any prophet you want to follow. You can follow
Right.
Adam if you want to.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? But the thing is that you have to respect the source.
Yep.
That's it. You have to respect the source. And that's the bottom line with no orthodoxy, no what you call it, ideology, Zionism, pitted
Any of that.
against each other type bull. You know what I'm saying? Because all of that's nonsense and mess. That's
Right.
all that is. That's all that is, man. And like I said, man, I really do appreciate everything that you have done, bro. Like that right there. That right there. Oh man, bro. That right there. That needs to
Because
be
see,
put.
I'll tell you this. Part of my intent behind that, like the village circle, is meant to help on different kinds of levels. Because like some people are going through like different types of issues where they
Uh-huh.
just want to, talk out their problems. So there's people in that village structure that they could
Mhm.
just talk about it, whatever. Some people, they want actual legitimate advice about certain things. You know what I mean? Some
Yeah.
people, want creative thinking. Maybe you're trying to do an essay and you need something like that help with that. any
Mhm.
any any aspect. I mean, it's like going to a village. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
and every person in that village has a part to play that keeps the village thriving. You know what I
Facts.
mean? It takes a village.
Yes. Yes. And that's facts, bro. That's fact. And it takes. Listen, we a whole body.
Hmm.
We're a whole body, man, and we a body right now without an official head. But
Yeah.
we a whole body. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that, well, that's how we need to act. We need to we
Yes.
we need to we need to understand that we all coming from the same
And
place of
I think
sincerity.
that head. I think that head. I don't know why Voltron is coming to mind right now, but I think that head is trying to manifest itself in our time right now.
Yes,
You understand?
yes,
All that's been going on, the very reason what has brought many of us together talking about any of this in the first place, United States of Africa, all these type of things, I think it's all leading to a common objective when it comes to that part. That
yes,
I think our energies and our support are being called from us, are being called upon us.
yeah,
That's what I think. that this is a moment that the authentic amongst us are being called to stand forth and manifest what who we say we are.
Yeah,
You
facts.
understand?
Facts, bro. That's
Because
facts.
I'll say like Shahi Bozeman put it a very very nicely. If you look at my last clip, the one about the introspect, I think it's titled introspect on Ibrahim Traore.
Mm-hmm.
I cite the scholar Shahi Bozeman. He's talking about this, and he points out that Ibrahim's a Muslim. You understand? He says
Mm-hmm.
yes, it's a benefit, for Africa. It's a benefit for all that, but it's also a moment that as a Muslim we can shine a bit.
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing
Mm-hmm.
that, and it's a moment that as a Muslim you don't want to ignore as if it was somehow not, connected because the brother's a Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? At the end of the day, you can't take that from him. You can't separate him from that.
Yeah.
you know
Facts.
and
Facts.
you what you're seeing is how a Muslim will rule over a diverse population of people, because he's literally showing love to all of his people in Burkina Faso. I haven't seen him make a distinction yet when it comes to that level. He hasn't even put that on like a as a thing to be a matter, to be a factor.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
it's a matter of, our people have these needs. Let's look at the interests of people. I'm here to govern. I'm here to administer what they desire.
Mm-hmm.
You
Facts.
understand?
Yes,
That's
sir.
why they love him, and that's why Africa is loving him, and that's why people in the world are loving him because of that.
Mm-hmm. Because of that. That's fact.
Well,
All right.
brother, my this laptop is crying right now. It's like
Okay.
I can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So until next time, we'll see what the date, what allows as far as the date is concerned. Inshallah, we'll have a favorable date. And the network was pretty good today. It didn't give me too much trouble,
Alhamdulillah.
um, like it did the other day. Alhamdulillah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I would encourage you, to break bread, share this account, share this website rather. If you don't have an account, if anybody that's watching don't have an account that's benefiting from this live, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Um, and show your support to the platform, show your support to the cause, particularly the Light Dome Academy, which benefits, the youth that are here, and in ways that, oftentimes get overlooked because, sometimes, we don't see it as an obligation upon us, but the children don't have anybody else. So whose obligation is it? You
Mm-hmm.
know, because
Fact.
oftentimes we say, well, pass it to this person, that person, but I think it's our task, and that's what I feel in my heart about it. Um, I was speaking about this young boy, this young son named Joseph, right, who hurt his arm, and he wasn't able to immediately get the proper care, so he had to go to a local a shaman, pretty much a medicine man, and he's actually healthy now. To be honest with you, I'm not going to hate on the medicine man, but I was just thinking about the fact that he had to resort to that because he didn't have the means. You
Mm-hmm.
understand, to do
Right.
anything else. And this is a young 6-year-old who has a whole life of opportunity to play, and I didn't want to see him lose uh, that joy, that opportunity, because of an injury that could end up being permanent or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you got him, you got some of these other students with different types of issues. I was talking to some children the other day that they can't go to school. Not they don't want to go to school. They can't because they can't get there. It's too
Mm-hmm.
far. You understand?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
and so um, all of this that I've been working at has been an effort to sort of present a remedy, mildly, to that effect. But
Mm-hmm.
in all these things, all this, the website, all these things are interwoven. They're all part of the same cause, the same journey, the same effect. And I tell people all the time, my rhymes, my lyrics, my songs, everything's all interconnected. There's no separation. It's
Mm.
in, with what I have to say on the mic, what I have to, what I put down in creating a website, my activities here, all these things are interconnected, and I'm just trying to manifest my part while I'm still here.
Yeah. And I think you're doing a good job, bro. I really do. I really do. I really believe that you're doing something that ain't nobody really doing, and it needs to be it needs to be looked at, and it needs to be supported. I mean, we all talk about, you know what I'm saying, on how Facebook is, you know what I'm saying, Facebook does this and how bogus Facebook is. We're putting us in Facebook jail and so on and so forth. Instagram, you can't say anything that you want to say on Instagram, so on and so
Right.
forth. But here is a social media platform that not only can you use in confidence and in solitude, and nobody hating on you, what you posting and so on and so forth. You can do your lives, you can ask the chat bots and so on and so forth, you know, things that you need to ask them, so you can have educational resources and tools to use later on in your life, or whatever you're doing, any type of dilemma, or any type of educational
Yeah.
and the problem that you're having, you can ask these bots. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, but it's a place where you can develop and learn and explore your own theology that relates to your culture.
Right.
So I really do respect that. I respect that to the utmost. And then anything I can do to help you, bro, I'm here. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
indeed.
Yeah, you know
That's my
what?
pleasure.
And that's for real, for real. So hey, I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't want the laptop just to die, and then you know what I'm saying? And
Yes.
without a proper I mean, without a proper leave or conclusion. But you know what I'm saying? I appreciate you having me on. And
20%. That's yeah. That I definitely salute what you were saying right there. I appreciate it, and I'm hoping that all this is something that's a motivative factor to the family that watches, and those that will watch at a later time.
mhm,
And I encourage everybody that has something to do, that they do their part in this time. If ever you were going to do something, this is the time, because I think that one, I think we're being tested. I think there's a fitna that's happening right now. A test. Fitna
mhm,
means test or trial, and I think uh, those who observe, are observing us well, because I've been seeing a lot of exposure going on. People, being exposed for their evils. People being people rising up to the occasion. All kinds of things are happening in this day and age.
mhm,
Um, People who thought might have been weak are showing themselves to be strong, and people who you thought might have been strong are showing themselves to be weak. I mean, this is what's happened. It's like all kinds of, like I remember when I was a child, an old lady used to say, and one of my elders used to say, the truth will be revealed. That was her quote. She was always
mhm,
saying that every time you met her, the truth will be revealed. She just had
mhm.
her way of saying it that made it seem kind of mystical.
Yeah.
Um,
Mhm,
and I always thought about that. Like, yeah, the truth will be revealed, and that's
mhm,
what's happening nowadays. Just uh, people are falling in line, to where they fit.
mhm,
And it's kind of hard to be artificial. The artificial are being exposed, or being cast to the side. There's people who are climbing on the backs of artificiality, of imitation perpetration, and you see them being put on blast and arrested and cast to the side, and just all kinds of stuff is happening of that nature.
mhm.
um, you know
Time, definitely a time of revelation.
yeah, it's definitely a time of revelation for sure. Well,
Mhm.
brother, let me beat my laptop before it says 20, but it's actually this is 37, 36 minutes. But
Mhm.
the thing about that is that can actually be faster than what it's showing, because it's showing me the warning sign right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Well, I gotta go anyway too, bro, because I gotta get up for that clock. So what I mean.
mhm. Yes, indeed, we got to do that. All
Yeah.
right. Well, it's good having you on this live presentation.
Mhm.
Um, And until next time, I bid you salam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Have a blessed day. Baraka alaik.
You too, Aki. Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khair. Alhamdulillah.
Yes, indeed, family. That will be uh, our conclusion for tonight's live. Rather, I encourage you to look at the bottom of the screen here, um, and consider, showing your support at that link that you see. The link is also in the description, so that you can check the description and you can find a link that support. Of course, it helps with the platform. It helps with all the activities that revolve around the cause, especially, most importantly for me anyway, in my opinion, is the Light Dome Academy, because that deals with these children, and it deals with trying to do something that you will be able to appreciate for the rest of your life, knowing that you participated in the lives of children that literally have no one else looking out for them in the same way. Sometimes it's the things that some of us may take for granted. But the thing is that often these children, they don't have that as an option. You know, you know, it is what it is at this time of our life. So we do what we can. Um, don't press, don't, don't. They say pressure bust pipes, so don't put too much pressure on it, but don't overlook uh, any mercy that your heart might suggest in this matter. Let's do what we can and pull together and be about, a righteous cause. You understand? Be about a righteous cause, as we have been doing across the world, showing up where we need to show up, supporting those we need to, show support for. Let's not forget about the youth. Let's not forget about the children. Okay. This is your brother, Abdul Wadud, aka Questman. This was another live soul journey of life, conscious social media. And with that said, I bid you until next we meet. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Shalom. Hotep, peace and blessings. For me, it's all love. It's all respect. Have a gracious rest of your day. Take care.